sort of like, I don't know, quasi, sort of federal entities. And so if, we've heard about the no-flies list, like if you go and start acting real stupid in airports that, have FAA and other federal agencies, and there's a huge chance that you're going to be prosecuted federally. So I wouldn't sort of like dismiss, the the role of the federal properties and not say not really being held to the high standards of federal prosecution versus like local ones. So that would be an example.
Yeah, I did not dismiss it. I said that it, given his example about domestic violence on federal land, that was the example. So I'm like, the most that typically happens around the federal lands in DC are mostly either drinking or the kids stay out too late or parking illegally. That's what I said, and that's what I'm referring to.
Just real quick, I wanted to address Sleeper John asked John a question. Um, John, do you identify as a Republican, like more on the right side of the aisle or the left side of the aisle? Just before I ask the question, I want to know where you're coming from.
I'm running as a Republican in the 16th District of Illinois as a fiscal conservative.
Okay, cool. So, as a Republican, with what your last submission was, I'd just like to know why, when Biden says we have to stay in for a couple weeks at home, it's totalitarian and it's the worst thing and the government's too big. But Trump wanting to take over cities and make it his own, as you said, quote unquote, is completely fine, and you want to see him do that in other places with people that disagree with you. Why is big government only a problem with the Democrats and force things that expand governmental power and not Trump?
Well, I think you might be talking about the COVID-19 vaccine lockdowns as opposed to ridding our streets of crime and illegal alien invaders. Not gonna like the response.
Or whether it be crime, and seeing how the principal Republicans, quote unquote, the ones that always stand on small government, we know big government, the government's already too big, drain the swamp, are now the number one people that are now siding with the feds, now being like, okay, yes, we need more government, we need them to go into these cities, we need them to exert more power, etc. The same people that are now super down with the FBI and everybody else, even though 4 years ago they were saying that's the most corrupt institution of all time, that they don't work for anything, that they're in the pockets, they're part of the deep state, they're the swamp, etc. I really just wonder, what in your brain, where does it click to all of a sudden one side is perfectly okay as long as Trump runs it, but the same exact thing happening under a Democrat is the whole world.
What does that have to do with racial profiling in America? I'm just curious.
It was based off John's last submission. I just really like to know.
John, you got 30 seconds, and I'd like to get back on topic, please. John, yes or no? All right, let me go to Blake. What's up, Blake? Man, how you doing, brother?
Oh, what's up, JB? Man, I came in and they were talking about that last topic, and I was itching to get in on what brother ex-chief said. But if you want to stay and get back to the topic, that's cool.
Blake, you can speak on anything you want. I just don't want to distract too far away from the topic, because Adam's asking specifically to open this room for him. So, but you don't have my room. Say whatever you want, bro. I don't care.
Yeah, so I'm gonna come out full disclosure. JB knows I'm generally looking. And the question you just asked is a question that actual principal conservatives are asking the same question that you are asking right now. Right now, principal conservatives do have a problem with federal overreach, but there is a part of this side that I want to call Trump tards. Trust me. Was down with Trump, I voted Trump, but all this overreach stuff doesn't apply for Republicans and people like me who are principal. And we got a problem with this, but I will give you the difference and the distinction. You're talking about a virus that had a lot of conflicting information and overreach of the government and overreaction too that ruining economies, ruin people's livelihoods due to government's overreach versus crime that is right in front of our face. We're talking about an immediate result of crime that we've been dealing with since 2020.
Well,
And people, and hold on, let me finish what I'm saying, and I'm gonna let you dispute. We got direct retribution for crime every day in cities across the U.S., including mine, especially mine, the epicenter of the 2020 riots and crime spike in America. So, look, you're talking about crime.
Are you in Minneapolis?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Where just this week, 150 cars got smashed and broken into in a row. And police can't do nothing about it. We got people's garages and homes being broken into by crackheads and
Wait, give me some clarity. Where are these cars being stolen out of? Where's this place?
Minneapolis. Minneapolis has had a ridiculous crime spike since the riots in 2020, where the police are overwhelmed or the police just don't want to do their job because they don't want to accidentally have to kill somebody in the line of their work. So we got a lot of OG cops who know the streets, who know they got experience, have left the force because our mayor, a Democratic mayor, and our governor threw the police department under the bus, allowed the 3rd precinct to burn down, and police have been like, why am I going to stick around and lose my pension and lose my opportunity to retire after all the work I've done in this city? I might as well just cash it in right now. So you got a lot of OG cops with experience that have left the force. You got a lot of cops that are just hanging on, that are just milking it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, Blake, I just need you to land your plane.
Yeah. So the point back to the point XG's making. Like, no, man, principal conservatives are not okay with this federal overreach. And I say that this overreach set is a result, a pendulum swing, and a result of the way your side run your cities. It's an overreaction, and I'm not okay with it, but I understand what's going on. It's an overreaction.
Yeah, sure. So my response to that would be, I also would agree that there's conflicting information when it comes to the DC accounts, and that comes from our own White House too, because Trump said that DC is so fucking horrible, the crime's spiking over there, et cetera. Things are so bad. Yet on January 3rd of the same exact year, we get a report from DC saying, let's see, this is from the United States Attorney's Office from the District of Columbia, quote, total violent crime for 2024 in the District of Columbia is down 35% from 2023, and is the lowest it has been in over 30 years, according to data collected by the Metropolitan Police Department and announced by the United States Attorney Matthew M. Graves. A breakdown of the data is available here. In addition to overall violent crime reduction, homicides are down 32%, robberies are down 39%, armed carjackings are down 53%, assaults with a dangerous weapon are down 27%, and compared with 2023 levels, with the district reporting the fewest assaults with dangerous weapons and burglaries in over 30 years. So I'm really questioning what's all the federal overrated for a place that has a 30-year low in crime.
Let me just say something really fast. Oh my God.
Jonathan Hood, I got you. I was coming to you next because I know you're trying to jump in. But Hood, after you, I definitely want to go to Nina. So go ahead, Hood.
Yeah, so listen, again, as a 25-year DC resident, homeowner, I was sort of like land with those demographics. Like, listen, I'm split on this issue with, sort of what Trump's trying to do and what I consider abject failure of liberal politics and Democrats to DC. And what I would say is that, listen, don't throw out these statistics on how DC has improved and how, crime is down 26%, and as a 26-year resident, because those statistics are only anchored in the fact that
heard my rules. You get it? You can't go on these long-winded soliloquies and not ask people to jump in. I get it. You live in D.C. I don't. I live in Brooklyn. I got my own crime. The only thing I wanted to ask you is you say they're getting rid of people. Where are they putting them? This is healthy debates. We go back and forth. You're more than welcome to come back up. For show a little decorum, man. Nina, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. You want to chime in, ma'am?
I just want y'all to go get your Cheeto out of the office.
Can I just finish? Let me just finish. Listen, the only reason that crime has been reduced.
Okay, I know the woman was, this lady, Nina was speaking, and it's so important for him to get off with his chest. So, look, I'm going to bring you back up one more time. I'm going to ask you to show a little mic restraint, and I promise you'll get to say whatever you like. But we definitely don't interrupt the women on here. Nina, go ahead, ma'am.
Just let it breathe. Let it breathe. I just think that like whoever's in office right now is we're going down the rabbit hole. How are we gonna be able to pick this up? Y'all want me to fix this?
Nope.
I mean, we survived Bush, man, so.
That's true, Grace. That's true, Frank.
But I mean, to be honest, like,
Like, do me a solid.
my bad.
No, it's all
My
good.
bad,
It's all
my
good.
bad, my
But
bad.
I want to go to Hood, because I was a little rude to him. I apologize, sir. But I just run my room a little different, so just get familiar with the lay of the land, and I'll let you speak all night, I promise. But again, Hood.
Yeah, let me just finish. Listen, the only reason, which is like, I don't play this game with like, white liberals and like white conservatives when it comes to the black population and like who's better than the other, because I think that white liberals are as racist as fucking white conservatives, and that ultimately the two play good cop versus bad cop when it comes to the needs of black people, especially in DC. And the point that I'm making is that as much as like you white racist liberals, because I think that you're as fucking disgusting and as racist as fucking white conservatives, the only reason that like crime is down in DC and you want to beat your chest about it is the fact that
I'm not.
let me finish. Is that racist white liberals are the ones who are gentrifying DC and pushing poor black and native DC people out of DC. That's the only reason why your numbers are looking good. Like, racist white liberals are no fucking better than fucking racist white conservatives. Like, you guys are as fucking disgusting as you claim racist white conservatives to be. So don't fucking come to me as a 25-year DC resident black one and homeowner bragging about the reduction of like crime rates in DC, because the only reason why crime rates are being reduced is because racist white liberals are coming into DC and essentially eradicating and weaponizing ethnocide against the native black American population to force them to areas where they can't afford. And so you're no better than like racist white fucking conservatives, in my opinion. And I'll let
I'll let you go in a second. I have to say. No,
I
I'll let you go in a second. I have to say something. Thank you. After Craig Sloan, I hate to do this. I need to step aside for 2 minutes. I got to film my puppy. Can you guys run it? Just 2 minutes. Thank you, Sloan.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. And Sloan, don't be afraid to move people down, please. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. Who wants to respond to Hood?
Yeah, me, because it was addressed to me. So let me address the fucking degenerate retard that thinks I'm a white liberal. First of all, I'm not white. Second,
I never said you were a white liberal. I don't even know who you are, bro.
I'm after the shut the fuck up since you wanted so much fucking speaking time.
Why are you so
You
upset,
wanted so
bro?
much fucking speaking time. No, because
Okay, Hood,
you
let
ended up
it go.
you tried to attack me and characterize me based on something that I'm not, which is something that I'm not gonna do. Again, I'm not doing that with you. So if you want to go ahead fucking concrete walls,
was going, B. My bad, man. I'm trying to step on toes. But yeah, I'm like XG. Both you and Hood got some points, but I think all of us missing the overall point. People do play with statistics, man. They doing the same thing in my city right now, XG, and they are incentivized to make the numbers look low. So there's ways about just the same way they play with the statistics on unemployment by not counting the people who no longer receive unemployment benefits but have not received a job. So technically on paper, unemployment look low. So you can play with statistics all day and long. Like anybody that does any job with analytics, anybody that does any accounting by the minimum amount of accounting, you can figure out a way to allocate a result by moving it over here and inserting X there. So statistics ain't gonna tell you what people actually are experiencing and dealing with on the ground, bro. Like 150 cars broken into one night, and this is the second time within 1 month.
Wait, let me
You know that. Go ahead.
Thank you, because I had to do a quick room reset. So we're getting totally off topic, but let me just say this. Is racial profiling real? Racial profiling, this is the vote. Absolutely real, total hogwash, figment of people's imaginations. It's a bigger issue than I realized. And we got some cool people down here. We got Rebecca, we got B-Bird. What's up, B-Bird? Mike, how you doing? KK, good to see you. Mia, good to see you. Jordan, how you doing? And I told let me finish my reset. We have one person on stage. I'm curious who voted. It's a figment of people's imagination. That's interesting. BP, welcome to the stage.
Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, I think most people when they talk about people being racist, and they can't give any tangible evidence of something personally that they can point to and say this is racist and this is what happened. Every time this conversation is talked about, it's talked about at a super high level as if everybody's racist, and I think that's the figment of people's imagination. Nobody has.
So wait, I just want to get clarity. No, you have to mute up. I just want a little clarity. So basically, you're saying racial profile is fake.
It's fake in the sense that that people say that these people are racial profiling, but them themselves are just as equally racially profiling others. That so to me that doesn't add up unless you have physical, tangible something. Nobody has ever. I'd like to see somebody on stage give an example of how they personally were racially profiled and continue to be racially profiled.
Okay, so
I can give an example.
Hold on. William, I haven't heard from you. We'll go William Wood, and then we'll go to Nicholas. William, go ahead.
I can give a specific example of actually witnessing racial profiling from inside of a police car. When I was a law student, I was down in Miami. One of the things we did was a police ride-along. And that was part of the assignment for criminal procedure. And so we rode along with the police and did that for a couple of nights. And they definitely were pulling people over, popping up over curbs, doing, U-turns in the street and going after people because they were black. And I witnessed it several times, and it's real. So this is just some actual tangible proof that it does happen, and I've seen it, and I've seen it done on the inside of the cop car.
Yeah. Nobody's saying that it's not real. Of course, there's racist people in this world. What I'm saying is people.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Respect, let me ask you a question, then we can go around the room. I don't know how old you are, it's not my business, but do you know who Rodney King was? Would you call?
Was he the guy that got beat up in the streets in Los Angeles?
Yeah, would you call that what we saw in that video as racial profiling or no?
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, there's racial profiling happening right this second. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm saying that a lot of people, at least the people that I've talked to on Clubhouse and in person, they like to talk about racial profiling and how these people are racist and all that stuff, and then in everyday life knife. They can't even give me examples of how they're racially profiled. They're pointing to Rodney King or to this or that, but them themselves don't got no examples for themselves. They're just like basically pushing narrative that they want to be true.
Blake, you wanted to say something, Blake?
Yeah, absolutely. Rodney King, JB. The Rodney King was being chased for felony fleeing for being drunk while driving about 100 miles an hour before they finally caught up to him. That's not saying he deserved, not saying legally he deserved to get his butt whooped, but after chasing the guy at 100 miles an hour while driving drunk, I think that even some brothers probably would have put hands on him. So that wasn't racial profiling. That was police. What do you call that? What do you call that? The misconduct. That was police brutality, but that wasn't racial profiling. That was a brother driving well beyond speeds that are safe for him and other people on the road, and he was evading the police, refusing to stop. And when he finally stopped, that's the part of the tape that they didn't show. They didn't show the chase. They didn't give America the full context. They showed the car getting pulled
Okay,
over.
Blake, so I used a bad example.
Yeah.
Can you give a better example of racial
Well,
profiling?
Hold on. Can someone just give an example?
You got one already. If you want an example of racial profiling, just look at Obama's 2008 campaign and the birther movement.
Yeah, but
I mean, you're talking about people who personally experienced it, right? I mean, I can give extensive examples of where I personally experienced
We
it.
already answered your question. You want to keep answering your question? There's some people waiting to talk.
well, it'd be nice for somebody to give an example of how they personally have to go through it every single day.
Sure, this is easy. I'm not going to say that I have to go through it every single day. But I live in California, and once again, I had said earlier, I'm mixed. I was in Roseville a couple of weeks ago with somebody. There was a ton of white people out there, and they start calling me a nigger, and start calling another black guy that I was with a nigger. So that's something that actually does happen out here in California, especially in certain demographics or certain areas. So that's something I've experienced. But another thing, when I had went to a park that was very close to that city, I was talking to a couple of guys. They were friends of a friend, and they just make little passive suggestions that are racist. They made an implication. If you're familiar with Sacramento politics, they made some implications like, are you part of this particular gang and stuff like that, that they obviously wouldn't make toward any other white people. Also, it's the racial profiling that you can experience is not just from white people too. Even black people experience racial profiling from other black people. I've had people walk up to me and ask me, where are you from? Trying to figure out what set I'm from or where I gangbang or anything like that, or if I'm neutral or anything like that. Whereas they wouldn't have done that with somebody who's white, and that's experienced regularly out here. So, like, if you are somebody who has experienced actual racial profiling, I'm not saying that it rules my life or anything like that, but it's definitely something I have to be aware of. If I go to certain neighborhoods and certain bars or certain establishments, if I go to the club, there's been mass shootings out here that have happened just from people getting into it, trying to figure out where somebody's from. And then there's also, of course, pockets of white people, and I'm not a racist toward white people or dislike white people, but there is some racism that does go on, and it can be something that's very regular. So yeah, I think it does affect people's lives.
I'm not talking about people getting hurt because of someone calling them a name. I'm talking about someone actually have like some type of consequences in their everyday life.
I have an establishment that I've never been banned from.
Everybody, hold on.
I'm talking about
Hold on a second. Because I'm going to tell you one thing, man. The great Nicholas, he's been very patient, but I'm telling you, the dude won't wait much longer. The great Nicholas, the mic is yours.
Okay, I was going to say, so first of all, I think the question is really silly, right? You're setting up this impossible scenario where someone has to be racially profiled every single day for it to qualify as racial profiling, which I find to be ridiculous, to be an expectation from the start. I think that question is just silly. And the second thing, I actually want to back up real quick to Brother XG. You really should go on the Google and do your research before you talk about certain cities' crime rates, because DC has 2 times the amount of violent crime as the city of Miami. And also Doral, where Trump's golf course is 5 times safer than the city of DC, both in violent crimes and in murder. So check your facts before you come from my city. DC is way more.
Per capita?
Yes, per capita. DC is way more violent than Miami. I'm done.
I don't know. I gotta be honest. I've never been to DC, so I don't know. I'd like to go. I'm a history buff. Just never got down there. So maybe one. Go ahead, Nicholas.
No, I was gonna say like we're in like we're almost
in DC, man.
we're
People think
almost
DC is like secluded and shit. Like, it's all government. They think like, no, it's a lot of. DC is a real fucked up environment around that White House, man.
But I was gonna say was to JB was like we're like a near 50-year record low crime rate in Miami-Dade County. So I just think some people are still thinking Miami vibes 1970s. That shit does not exist anymore down here. The city's well controlled, well policed. And Doral, where his golf course is actually pretty wealthy. So the comparison is just fucked up. I'm done.
So, Mother, why is he acting the way he's acting?
We're talking about DC versus Miami. I don't know what your question is about.
The guy that was, who was that said that he just experienced something when he went out and everybody was calling him a nigga?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't
Bro, I'm
understand.
gonna be honest, bro. I don't believe you. Like, it bothers me that, he's, I don't know, like, I feel like there's a demographic of black people that haven't really been oppressed in life, period. They was pretty much born with a silver spoon. They never really experienced the inner city activities. And but somehow when they get older, they want to be a part of certain conversations to the point where they exaggerate.
I guess realistically, I would say I feel it's really
Listen, bro. It's easy to say certain things in conversations if you're not a thinker. But my man, you can't tell me in 2025 you and your friends as a collective decided to find a location where you just so happen to be around a group, right? Because even in 2025, let's say you found one racist person in a bar. You telling me that the whole fucking establishment was calling you a nigger? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, that's just so fantasy. That's TV shit. Let's cut the bullshit to have. Let's have real conversations. Let's have real conversations. Let's have real honest conversations. And let's not try to trauma bond and make up fake ass stories just for the sake of diversity.
Well, RJ, let me
do that.
Let me jump in here real quick. RJ, first off, man, Brooklyn Love, it's good to see you. I haven't heard from you in a minute. Hope everything's well with you and your family. But I have a question for you. Is racial profiling real in America? And does it only impact the black community? Does the Latino community also get racial profiled? What do you think, RJ?
I think that America is still a baby to civilization, and it was built literally on racism, and we haven't been far removed as of yet, right? We only maybe 150, 200 years where we ain't even started to stop. So I feel like we have a lot. We're still going to be. We're still going to have a lot of prejudice towards one another. There's still going to be conversations about, how you feel one group may act, or you can identify someone and often in your mind you're prejudging what someone is like. That's going to always be a thing, and I think that we still need at least about 200-300 years for us to not even speak about race at all.
Thank you, RJ. Man, I appreciate you. Hang out for a while. We're having a great conversation here.
How dare you host a space like this?
Easily, I opened up the room and people showed up. That's how I did.
Where do you get these riddles from?
Hold on, B, hold on a second, hold on. So I gotta say hello to Vero real quick. I was almost saying good morning, Vero. How you doing, Vero?
How dare you?
How dare I? The cracker in the corner is talking race relations in America. What am I thinking? But Vero, do you think racial profiling happens in the Latino community as well?
I mean, I'm a white passing Latina, so I think so, yeah. I think so. Not as much
where I grew up, it was a lot of blacks and Mexicans, and they treat the Mexicans just like they treat us. Even if us and the Mexicans don't get along, the police and the other side, because I say, there's our side and the other side, they treat us the same. So racial profiling is absolutely real for blacks, Mexicans, and anybody of color. Like, if you are a person of color, you get profiled because they will be like, you're not white. And that's enough sometimes. Sometimes that's enough. And that's not me saying like, oh my god, I'm a victim of the system or systematic oppression or none of that shit. It's just a fucking fact that if you in the hood or grew up in some of the spaces where I grew up, that's a thing. Because where I live now, that's not a thing. You know what I mean? I'll give you a perfect example. I got into a situation where I was sitting with this girl. She drank too much wine. She called the police. Her ass went to jail. My big black ass is tatted up and sitting on the couch. So it's not to say that like things are different everywhere, but yes, racial profiling is real, to say the least. Racial profiling is definitely real, but it's not every police that do it. It's not every person that do it. It's not everybody that do it, and everybody from every race does it at the same time. Does that make sense?
Well, I think everybody has their thing, right? I think everybody has a little bit of opinion in it.
Yeah, that's what I say. Everybody from every race does it, but not everybody from every race does it all the time. You know what I mean? It's like,
But you know what I noticed, Chris, this in my lived experience, bro. I think as I'm getting older, racism, anti-Semitism, whatever ism you want to talk on, has become normalized in society. And I don't think we can put that genie back in the bottle, just my opinion.
bro, I'm a 6'4", light-skinned black man that got a 6-point star on him, a bunch of Hebrew blasted all over my body. So I get the point of racism from every different direction. From the police to be like, oh, he's a gang member. From Jews to be like, watch out for him, he is. From other people to be like, oh, there go one of them Israelites, he hates whites. And
Well, thanks, yeah, Chris. I go around the room, let everybody speak once, and then we go popcorn style. I want to say hello to Marcus, and I want to say hello to Pharaoh. Marcus, how you doing, man?
Why you say Marcus like that?
I was supposed to say it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to y'all, man. Happy Sunday. Racial profile all the time, man. You can racially profile, not just driving, in the workplace, education. When I went to Houston Community College before I got rich, so she's happy here, she got all these degrees. I got out the Navy, then I went and tried to register to go straight to college, right? It was like, well, you didn't take the SAT. I was like, well, I took the ASVAB. They was like, well, we can take that, but you still didn't take the SAT, so you got to take these math classes and test out, let us know where you fit. And so when I took the test, they tried to put me in like the 2 classes before college algebra. So they was like, yeah, you need to take remedial math. And they was like, yeah, you don't have to do remedial math. It's not going to go towards your credit and shit. You got to pay for the class, but just take it anyway. And if I listened to her, I'd wasted 2 semesters in remedial math classes and not just jumping straight into trigonometry. So they said I couldn't take college algebra because I weren't qualified, so I need to register for remedial math. And instead of doing that, I registered for trigonometry. When they found out, I was already past the trigonometry, so they had to leave me in the class. So the point I'm making is you don't always have to listen to the people. And it may not be a black and white thing, but I don't think everybody always got to take these extra courses and shit when they don't have to. It's a recommendation, so I want to throw that in there. Driving, man, I don't even drive fancy cars. I drive a little Toyota Tundra, man, a regular vehicle. Just for that reason, I don't want to get pulled over. I don't even want the people looking at me to rob me. I don't want to get profiled at all. You know what I'm talking about? So don't profile me when I'm driving. Don't profile me in the retail store, in the car lot, and definitely not on a college campus. But yeah, it exists. It's happening. You know what I'm saying? Everybody going through it, but some people respond to it differently. I just keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? Like profile me. Oh, this is my last point. When I get racially profiled driving, because I don't never do nothing wrong, right? Like you pull me over, I had that energy. Like what the fuck did you pull me over for, right?
Thank you, Marcus. Hold on, please. Nina, how was I supposed to say his name?
I thought you said Marcus.
That's that New York accent. That's that New York accent, man.
I liked it. I liked it.
Thank you. Sarah, what's good, bro?
Good, listen, how you feel, bro?
Hey, yeah, that's gonna do something, right? So we're talking about racial profiling in America. What's your opinion on this?
I mean, Jeremy, you know, I'm from the D, so I ain't really get that until I came to Ohio. He definitely right. It is an area, if you know, in the city. It's all black everything, man. So it ain't really like, you know, you get harassed by the cops unless you out there, you know, because they black and shit. But here in Ohio, I came to Ohio, he absolutely right. You better not look like you. Boy, you better not have too much mayonnaise on your sandwich they at your ass. Hello?
Can I ask what city in Ohio?
Say that again?
I wanted to know what city.
Oh, I'm in a city called Toledo. It's in Ohio. It's about like 45 minutes from the D.
Yeah, right outside of Detroit.
Yeah,
Oh, y'all familiar? Y'all familiar? Stay away from here.
You don't get it in Cleveland, you don't get it in Columbus. You kind of get it in Cincinnati. Yeah, I'm a Buckeye. Yep.
I think it's in Midwest, though. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Let's say hello to Jamal from Trash. Say, what's up, Jamal? How you doing?
Peace, what's up? Good to hear y'all voices. Can y'all hear me at all?
Yes, sir. The mic is yours.
All right. Racial profile. If it wasn't an issue, you wouldn't have to ask about it. I think it's as simple as that. If you have to ask, then you already know it's an issue. But at the same time, I think that it's ingrained in the fiber of our culture, American culture, and I don't think unless white people really had a long look in the mirror, and I don't think they're looking anywhere close to a mirror, it would never be fixed in this country. So I just think it's just a part of the United States, like the Rocky Mountains or the Mississippi River. It's just a part of where it's at, like the Washington Monument or the Kitover or whatever. What's her name? It's got that statue of Liberty. You know, the Statue of Liberty. Yeah, it's the same. It's just as American as either of those things. It's as white as apple pie. And I think
Jamal, let me ask you a question. And I think we're all in agreement, right? I think that one person on stage said this is a bit of a that person's an idiot, right? But let me just say this. We know that racial profiling is wrong, and it definitely 1,000,000% impacts your communities. How do we fix it? What's the solution? Is there a solution?
I think the only real solution, there were a couple of countries that I've heard about had reconciliation. I think one of them was in Asia, somewhere in the South Pacific, where they basically put a board of people to fix the racial problem and make it into the government. And then I think South Africa may have tried to do something, but in order to fix the racial problem that America has, they would have to take a really deep, long look at themselves. And I think you have a better chance of getting rid of guns in America than you do in elections.
I both know that you not both know that's not gonna happen. But before
Right,
that,
so
I have a follow
think our prejudices are real in black community or Mexican community or others, but no one else has the power to administer racism other than white people here in America. And so that's just the reality of being a part of this country. And I think as black people, we live with it throughout the duration. So I don't even know how I would feel if it was any other way. I wouldn't even trust it. I'll land there.
Thank you, Jamal. Chris, you want to jump in? Can
I just wanted to say, for your landing point, Jamal, you're absolutely right. You touched down on like the literal definition of racism as the form of, being able to actually systematically oppress somebody because of this, that, and the other. But I just want to say, flowers for that, bro. But for the other part with the racial profiling, is that everybody gets racially profiled. Black, Mexican, white. Because like I said, it's like I'm from California. When you run up on the West, if you're from there, you know.
Wait, time out, Chris, hold on. I don't white people get racial profile.
I'm about to tell you. I'm about to tell
I'm
you.
asking you sincerely. Tell me.
I'm about to, bro.
Chris, learn me, man.
I'm about to learn you.
The Congressman wants to know.
Listen. On the West Coast, there are like different sections of the West Coast. There's rich people and all that shit, and then there's the rest of us, right? Now there's blacks, there's Mexicans, and then there's the whites. And the whites, and I'm not talking about the rich. This is all separate from rich folks, because in California they don't got KKK, but what we do got is like Nazi lowriders and skinheads and some other shit. That these white boys is gangbangers. Alright? They get profiled and because they wear suspenders and combat boots, bald heads tatted up. They just like this. Can I say it? My bad.
Chris, can I ask you real quick, what part of California?
Oh, I'm from Northern Cali, bro.
Oh, same.
Yeah, I'm from Sac.
Oh, I'm from Sac, bro. That's what's up.
Yeah, I'm from North House, though.
Oh, okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, I know what you was talking about, cause you got the like the trailer park, right? That's different.
It's not even necessarily the trick, bro. I know some gangster white boys that they don't even like black folks. Or I can't even say they don't like black folks.
Well, I lived near Orange County. Have you been to Orange County? They don't even like.
My family from Antelope Valley. The rest of my family from Nixon Gardens, bro. Like, I am California official. My name from Fresno. I grew up in Sac. My people in LA. They in Frisco.
Yeah, you can't even go to Huntington Beach.
You got the white roasters type of races too.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, so I've met white boys that I won't say they like look or dress black or anything like that, but they look and dress a certain way to where when people see them, they like, there go one of them. The same way they do one of us. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Thank you for learning the cramp with it.
Take their clothes off.
Hold on a second, Jamal. Hold on one second.
No, they can't take their joints. The ones I'm talking about can't do that.
Hold on one second. When Barry tries to jump in, I try to get her in.
Oh, my bad, I'm sorry.
It's okay. She don't talk very
Oh,
much.
JP, I have a question for you when you're done.
Panther,
Yeah, no, for sure. No, it's just to kind of plant the foundation here to be racially profiled isn't necessarily a negative thing when you're profiling someone. It's just to kind of create stereotypes. So when you see like a white man with a puffer vest and a white checkered shirt and some slacks and some tennis shoe loafers, in the finance firm, we just profile the fuck out of that man, so it's not necessarily a negative thing. That's all.
thank you, Barry. You hold on, gentlemen. You can ask a question. You can. I can't hear you speaking either. Can you guys hear me?
I'm a pass. Okay.
You can ask me a question.
So I think you're already gaslighting the space, but you have good rooms.
Well, don't take on for anything. How am I attacking gaslight? I'm curious.
I just think that if you ask certain questions in a space where you know that people are marginalized, yeah, it can be it's very gaslighting.
I'm sorry you feel that way, because actually, when I opened these, this wasn't my space, by the way. Adam's who's sleeping right now, reached out to me offline and said, do me a favor, open this room for a racial profile. I actually had no interest. So I did it after him and his dude went to sleep. But you know what, when people start to talk and share their lived experience, I like that. I like to hear what people have gone through and continue to go through. Because for me, to get to the solution, we have to ask the questions. And that's just how I feel. So I'm gaslighting. If that's how you feel, I sincerely apologize. It's not my intention. No, I'm just trying to learn. That's all. So we don't know how style that's.
That's all good. I mean, JB isn't even like the WASP white guy. Like, he's a New Yorker white guy, right? Like, that's more culture than just race. You don't need any defense, but I mean, he's always kind of rocking all races and cultures. So I don't perceive it personally as gaslighting in the conversation. I think he often has the cultural conversations. That's all.
So I think some people don't understand the differential between white people that don't like black people just because they black, and white people that say, you know what, I just only want to be with white people because I know black people that only just want to be with black people. And I got white friends that only want to be with white people. And some of my best friends, they fuck with black folks all day, but they just don't believe in like interracial mixing. Does that make them racist?
Oh, Chris, they're entitled to that. That's
what I'm saying. Does that make them racist?
I don't know if it makes them racist or not, but just let me, I get it, I just feedback this. Baby spoke, comes from a good point. Right? New York is a different beast, it's more a melting pot. We're not spread out like Houston's a very big city, it's spread out, so you can stay away from white people, you can stay away from Spanish, black, and so on. Here in New York, we live on top of each other. So either we're going to learn to live with each other, or we're going to learn to kill each other. That's just how it goes. But here's a question I have to do with this. And I've found it before. I've found it before where people say, white people should be hosting rooms like this. I'm like, really? Why? Why can't I learn about a community? Now, a person who wants to open a black space and not welcome any white people, be my guest. But let me tell you something. One thing I learned on this app after 5 years, one of the hardest spaces to run is race relations. And I have to say this from run tastefully. We're yelling at each other, we're cursing each other. So, if people feel that I should be hosting these spaces, that's your opinion. The best teacher that's ever invented on this app is the quietly button. So,
Who said that?
okay, come on,
Do your shit, JB. You've been doing
Yeah,
your stuff,
exactly.
though.
JB always got nice
You've been
spaces.
doing your shit. So, and like, honestly, even if you were a racist, like, now I'm not saying you are, but if you was, you conduct yourself as a professional to conduct a space with race issues. So,
But I still think it's a little gaslighting. Like, you know, racial, like, profiling happens. That's what I meant by gaslighting. Like, you know, the answer is yes. I know you know that.
So everybody might know that they know that, but if you look at the top of the room, it says only 80% of people know that, and then 6% of people say it's something else, and then 6% of people say it's something else, and then 2% of people say it's something else. So everybody don't know that.
well, this is how I see it, right? And everybody doesn't know because it's not their lived experience. Chris, you know what your lived experience. It ain't yours, it's Sloan's, it's Darrow's, it's mine. I don't get out of the racial profile. I've been profiled for other things, but
Because you can't, because you're a white man.
okay.
You profile white men all the time.
Let me say this.
How is a white man gonna be racial profile?
I literally gave a whole breakdown into how white boys get racially profiled.
Yeah, me too.
Well, let me just say this real quick. There's a section in Brooklyn here, right? If you're in New York, you're in the
very gentrified area, but there's a small pocket in there, right, that is very religious Jewish people, right, very secular people. I don't care if you're pink, polka dots, if you walk through there and you're not a Hasidic Jew, they are following you around everywhere you go.
Oh,
And so there it is. You'll get profiled by that community. So look, I'm not necessarily pricing white people get profiled. I'm sure we do. I get profiled by other reasons, not because of my skin color. But let's go back and start next.
Well, that's kind of the whole point too on what Carol was touching on. She was saying that profiling encompasses more than just race, and that it's not always negative. Like when somebody says, for example, when you said, how could you have experienced that you're a white man? And then you just got to look at what profiling is. It's just analyzing and assessing something about somebody's psychology and their behaviors. So, and then you're doing it on the basis of something racial. That's not always negative. You might assume something that could be true on the basis of something like that, but yeah, of course, everybody's going to experience racial profiling because we're always going to be profiling people, and of course, we're going to incorporate race into that analysis.
Hey, that was a great give. Thank you, Pete. I'm gonna give you a little peek. It's just my opinion. I don't speak for all white people, but I think white people are afraid and intimidated by black people, and that's why they racially profile. That's always been my opinion.
Wake it up.
Wake it up.
I don't think that really has much to do with it. I think it's an economic thing, and it's a way of keeping order so that they can administer, I guess, their white supremacy onto the country, because they have to keep blacks at a certain mind state and level, and a level of respect so they can seek comfort. Because God forbid if blacks ever decided to revolt or really act a fool, then they would only have their dogs and guns to protect them. And so I think the racial profiling and the racism and the way they conduct all their business in America is so that they can seek comfort. So they don't have to worry about going to war because they don't want to go to war, although they're all armed and they're all ready for war and anticipating some of them. But they really don't want that. And so I think they do racial profile and amongst other things to keep blacks in line out there.
Well, I got you, Jamal. Just curiously, like, I don't have like any opinion, or I do have a little bit of an opinion, but more so curiosity. What like percentage of the general white person do you feel like is in that mind state necessarily, versus kind of like what Chris was touching on, where sometimes people just prefer to associate within their own demographics and people that they find culturally relatable?
I would know the answer to that as far as well as I would know what goes on at Christmas dinner at a white person's house, or what goes on in Hanukkah at JD's grandmother and granddad's house at Hanukkah time. I'm not privy to that, and that's the whole point of it. They're passing down information to their children. They're passing down knowledge to each other, and they're sharing information at all times.
Well, if you're gonna get Christmas dinner, I'll be more than happy to come. I'll bring you somebody's good desserts you wouldn't know what happened.
I'm sure you would, but the answer to the question is you would have no way of knowing that question, because it is what it is. They're passing information directly down, and their kids know very quickly how to speak to people from. They're taught that from the beginning. They know it's not right to say certain slurs or phrases to you. They know how to carry themselves with you when they're around you. And they also have information on the ways that they feel about you and your level of intelligence. So how would I know what percentage it could be? It could be all of them, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, let me ask you a follow-up question, Paul. In your opinion, where's racism taught? Because kids aren't inherently born racist, right? You have a room of...
I think it's taught by the mother.
He just told y'all, in the house, it's passed down.
Is passed down from the, and the mother is your first teacher, and so the white woman is the one who is more dangerous than anybody. She's the most dangerous to the black woman, I would say, because our women have lined up with her, like, from a female standpoint, just because they're both female, and our men have been slain for doing it. They killed and harmed and castrated. So the white woman is very dangerous, and the white woman is teaching the white children.
Jamal, let me tell you something. Just my perspective, right? The crap in the points of life. I think you're wrong. And I'm not about it being taught at home. I think it's definitely taught at home. And now it's also taught on social media. See, social media wasn't around when any of us were growing up. Well, maybe actually. But I think racism really comes from the fathers. There's the white guys and the other groups that are racist. They teach their kids. They drop the N-word like it's nothing. And I'm just telling you that's what I believe. I could be wrong. But I think, and I'm not gonna lie, I think it's the fathers that teach them more than mothers. Just my opinion.
Well, you would know better than I would. So if you say that, then I don't have to learn what to do.
Hey, this is John. I think I can put in the queue.
Is your turn, John?
Yeah, I don't think profiling is really the big issue. To me, it's representation. Meaning, if you think we live in a structural white racist society, well then, it's not just profiling that should be the issue. It's representation on the board of directors at the Federal Reserve, Bank of America, J.P. Morgan Chase, Pfizer, Moderna, Coca-Cola, J&J, etc. If you want your seat at the board of directors and you want equal compensation based on racial breakdowns, well, that's an argument. I mean, so I'm just saying the real racism isn't from profiling. The real racism is from lack of representation in the Fortune 500, proportionally.
That's fine, John, that you think that, but do you understand what we're speaking about?
Yes, I speak English and I understand what you're saying.
Real profiling.
Yeah, I have a profile on this app. It's called John Kitover. You have a profile named Nina. Is anybody racially profiling you right now in this room?
So I wanna ask you a question. Do you understand that there are people that are subjected to inequalities that you might not have to experience?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes they look like brown people. And you know that, right?
Is that a serious question? Yes, again.
I'm serious. So then why would you just come off the mic and act like profiling doesn't exist?
Because representation is a bigger issue than profiling. I hate to break the bad news to you.
Oh, God, but you know why there's not representation.
Well, I'm making a case that if you believe there's structural racism, well then profiling is not a primary issue. Representation is a more primary.
Is there structural racism that's happening?
You tell me.
I'm not the one that's in charge, so you tell me.
Well, I'm not in charge either. I'm running for Congress to try to get in charge. If you want to donate to the campaign to elect John Kitover, I'll be happy to put the link in the chat. You can send $10 and we can help you can help organize and get started right now.
No fundraisers, please. Let me do a quick reset. John, I promise I'll do a review one day. We'll give you some money. Guys, this is not the debate. Racial profile real. Racial profile is absolutely real. It's all hogwash, a figment of people's imagination, or a bigger issue than I realized. You got some cool people in the room. We got Ash, we got Mike Moon, Lady Empty, love that PTO. Gene, how you doing? Keith, how you doing, guys? Come on, come up, people, welcome. If you have a pink ticket, cash it. Yo, MJ, you said I am a professional racist. I believe those are the words. MJ Israel. You're more than welcome to come to the stage and expose me to the racist I am. Please, by all means, you're more than welcome to. But let
coming to the stage. I am happy here because I want to eat. I didn't want to open the truth, but Adam sounds. Hi, night.
What's up, JB Adams? What's up, Sloan? What's up, Stage?
Hey, Nye.
John? What's up, Congressman? Bouncing around these rooms. Happy Sunday evening, everyone.
I pass one o'clock on style. Slow cancel.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think while John makes a valid point, it is a misplaced comment for this conversation. Thank you. Yeah, because we are talking about day-to-day, regular life, people going about their day to go to work, go to school. We're talking about just a regular old day. The systemic racism, the systemic issues, they exist, yes, but that's not this conversation, John. But yes, there is a place for what you're talking about, and the bigger issues. This is a very important issue, just day-to-day racial profiling. But the bigger conversation, yeah, that could be had. Just it's not right in this one, but yeah.
Well, I mean, in defense, all I would say is that the title is all or nothing, is racial profiling. It doesn't open up the room for any other conversation.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, Chris, guys, no problem style.
I think that they were just addressing the particular concerns that they were addressing more on a localized level rather than a systemic level.
Well, I mean, I mean, I'll just be quiet for now because I agree if you want to stay on topic, that's fine.
So here's the problem with staying on topic, right? When you stay on topic, but I think everybody agrees is racial profile is real. You voted for a job. I asked you a question like, I don't know, an hour ago. How do we fix it? There has to be a solution to it. Somewhere. Where's the start? If these kids are being taught to be racist, I don't think you can unteach them, but how do we make sure the next generation isn't taught these cancerous thoughts? Chris, you wanted to say something?
I think honestly that the majority of today's society, at least around like the places that I go, 'cause, I do a decent bit of traveling, and I do like, winter sports and snowboard, and in the summer I wakeboard and this and that. And I'm a little older, so I run into a lot of younger people. I don't think that racism today is like something that is like predominant. Is it there? Yes. And is it still being taught? Yes. But I think it's also fighting a losing fight.
Well, let me tell you for 2 seconds, Chris. Just stay up for a second, Chris. John, you put the chat education. I'm going to tell you why education doesn't work, in my opinion. When we're not going to be honest about the black community's history and teach them the real history, and we're teaching them the bullshit that we teach them now, how's education going to work? When we don't even let them learn about their own history. So they educate them. That I believe to be a fact. Go to these schools where they teach these kids about black history.
Maybe they're teaching lies, but that right there is why it's systemic. That's something that we can't change. What we can change is how we raise our children, the way our children perceive other children, and the way we interact with people of different cultures. We can't change the systemic part because everyone knows that Black history is a monumental history, and it was erased and turned into a history of slavery. But that's a whole different subject.
I'm the white man in the corner, the crack in the corner. I can't speak no black history. But I know there's a lot more to it than what I've learned. And that's the part I want to learn. That's the voices I want to hear. I think it's about time that it's not going to happen. Maybe it's a utopian fantasy, man. When white Americans will step back and say, just let's embrace these people. Let's learn about their history, their strength.
industry.
Yeah, and I would dare to say that, you know, people should look into the fact that there are a lot of indigenous black folks, because you can definitely tell the difference between black people and Africans. And there's Africans that have been here for 400 years, and there's
But
black
shout out to the Africans,
folks.
shout out to the
Shout out to them.
Africans.
Shout out to them. But you can tell the difference between native blacks and the other ones. There's blacks that
Yeah,
have been
like
here.
the FBAs.
You know, we got one mic on this. There are blacks.
sorry.
There are blacks that have been here. We've been here. Them the slaves.
Well, Chris, let me go to eat because he's been trying to get us for 20 minutes. You can, man.
You know, I was just responding to what you had said earlier when you said that you had mentioned something about racism, and I think that I just wanted to differentiate the difference between racial profiling versus racism, because I think there's the racism is from, like we are talking about, racial profiling is just a subcomponent of profiling in general. We're constantly profiling people, and of course we're going to take race into account. So I don't think that racial profiling is necessarily the problem, because oftentimes the purpose of profiling is to gather accurate information about an individual. I do think that education could play a negative role in it if you have stereotypes that you automatically are going to apply to all groups of the demographic. But I think the racism aspect is a little bit more problematic as opposed to just the profiling. I think profiling overall can be useful. And I think that is something that, once again, we do every day. When you see somebody, you're going to take into account what they're wearing, how they talk. Like when I talk to you, I can automatically hear that you're from New York. You know what I mean? That's not profiling based on the way that you talk, and I'm gathering accurate information as a result of it. That's not negative, but I think the racism component of it is actually the negative.
Thank you. Let me say it with a little Keith and then Concrete, and then we're going to go back. What's up, Keith? What's good, man?
Hey, what's up, Jimmy?
How you doing, bro?
Pretty good, man.
You want to chime in?
Yeah, on the topic, I just think that, like what he just said, the profiling is pretty good if you get more information about that person and you just come up with, you know, you from New York or you from this place or that place. But what I think is it puts us in a box. I was speaking earlier and I was telling them how I came from nothing to where I was successful. And I was in another room, is what I'm saying. And when I told him I was light skinned, hazel-eyed, but at the same time I identify as a black person because both my mother and father was both black, but I just happened to be light skinned with hazel eyes. I started getting profiled by my own people. And they started saying, hey, you like this or you like that. And it was crazy because they knew what I was making yearly with my company, and I probably shouldn't have said that. But it came out, but it was coming out in a way that I was saying, look, I'm not educated, but I still got myself to a certain point where I was successful. And then all of a sudden it was profile. But I don't want to get on that note. I just want to say that a lot of times I believe in a profile, it hurts the person who profile. It hurts the people that does it because the rich will always get rich. It's a numbers game. The more that we come at each other and we separate ourselves, because you from the east side, I'm from the west side, you dark, I'm light, you Jew, I'm not, whatever the case may be, the rich get rich because at the end, to me, and it's my opinion, it's the poor and it's the rich.
Well, I think that class is really trying to contribute part. But guys, before I come back, let me say a little concrete sound real quick, and then we'll go pop style. Concrete, how you doing, man?
What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing fantastic. You want to chime in on the subject, sir?
I just came in the room. Just so I understand.
Well, we'll talk about racial profile real in America.
Talking about from like a law enforcement standpoint.
From any standpoint, have you experienced racial profile in your life?
I'm sure I have. When we used to shop in department stores.
all you do around. Sorry, Chris. Sorry.
What's up, Senator? How you doing? I'm doing fantastic. Do you want to chime in, sir?
I don't really think, racial profiling, it's not a systemic phenomenon, so it can't be considered racial. For it to be racial, it's a racism. It must be systemic. So there's a narrative or framework that wrongly attributes race as the primary cause of enforcement decisions. And I think it's really better explained by behavior by today as a clean cut gentleman walk into a store, less likely to be profiled, right, or considered for demonized for misconducts if I'm behaving in a way and dressing in a way that is reasonably appropriate by societal standards. If I'm sagging my pants and I have crazy looking hair and I've got a long chain on my belt.
What's crazy hair? What the fuck is crazy hair and I wear a gold chain, bro? What the fuck are you talking about?
You know the kind. Don't be triggered. Please be triggered. If I come in, if I come looking like, with crazy ass dreadlocks and crazy looking.
But now dreadlocks is just like,
I'm just asking why crazy ass nappy hair looking like
nappy hair.
looking like a wannabe Jay-Z.
Yeah, it's a troll. Okay,
I'm not joking.
good job, man. Hey, you did a good job, man. You almost got me in the character for a second. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen, let's set the land and then you might respond to the plan, please.
It's gonna second before we continue. Are you a black American?
Absolutely. I've never disrespect myself black. I'm an African.
Okay, and
I know my heritage. So my heritage is Nigerian. So I'm a Nigerian American, African American, which makes me
wow. Well, I wasn't trying to insult you. I don't think that's it. So,
you weren't trying to. I'm saying there are black people that call themselves black, which is such a disgusting word to call a human being. But I can take it as an insult.
thank you, sir. So, Senator, before we continue, no, I need to step away from this. Can you run it?
Okay, yeah, so can the Q&A?
Thank you.
I'll just wrap it up by saying that, if you look like a duck and act like a duck, people are gonna treat you like a duck. So don't come out here speaking that ghetto slang, blasting your trap music, dressing like a rapper with a long chain and everything, expecting people, law enforcement, not to target you. That is absolutely ridiculous. Justice does require evidence of intent. It's not speculative. And the presumption of any individual agency matters more than any assumed victim. So it's absolutely ridiculous that anyone would do this.
So hold on, wait, because I saw Nina come on first and then Chris. And then who wants to, we're going to Nina, then Chris wants to talk to Chris. Okay, concrete, and then Julie. Let Nina go, please. Let Nina go. Go ahead, Nina.
So what did you say about the hair, the lock, the twist? You said something.
Some Latin Americans style their hair into that make them look like criminals. You can example those in the prison system. If you dress like that, don't be afraid of some targets you want to look like a criminal. Because you want so badly to look like your favorite rapper, you deserve to be targeted. Because that's what you want to look like. And my children will never dress
All right, next.
First off, I'll say when saying like if you want to have dreadlocks, I'll say shout out to Cam Newton. That's the first thing I'll say. Shout out Cam Newton, a brother with dreads who's a superstar. And
I talk to these people and they get a chance to just give me a chance. Just give me a chance. They find out that I'm different. You the problem, bruh. You're the fucking problem. You just worried about my hair. And you worried about how I look. And you worried about how I fucking talk. Are you out your fucking mind? You the problem, bruh. That's why you not black. And that's why you African. Because we don't want you. The same way you don't want us. We don't want you. Take your ass back to Nigeria, bruh. I'm from Cali.
Okay, Chris, all right, you gave him the smoke.
Alright, so, next.
Wait, concrete, concrete and the Jamal, I got you at the concrete, go ahead, concrete.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think we should be harsh on Seneca. I think this is, just a response to the pressure that the black community, the African community is put under, through like worldwide, systemic, let's say, pressure, right? The entire continent has been under siege since its written history. The entire black community has been under siege since its history. The world's wobbling, public, relentless degradation, right? The way they talk about us, the way they characterize us, low IQ, just sexual, overly sexual. If you look at yourself as a man, and a black man, like this community, you're gonna say to yourself, that's not me. And then you're gonna, but there is somebody that applies to, and it's rightfully so that rise in this way. So all Seneca's doing is a misguided attempt to separate himself from these titles, these characterizations, and he's doing the best he can to remain sane as a person. And if I have to call the police on you, if I have to, throw you into a ditch as the person causing, I guess I'm gonna do it, right? Because I don't want my life to be diminished because you're engaging in, right? So that's all that's really happening. It's a coping mechanism, right? And don't hate him if there is, unfortunately, something to pay about it because he hasn't taken the time to like understand all the dynamics at play, which is leading him to utilize this rhetoric. And I mean, just one example.
And I think before you continue, let me just say one thing real quick. People in this room, please don't ever use me against like that's disrespectful. Okay, concrete.
Talking about me.
No, it's something else.
So, the point that he made was here like a criminal, right? And we can take that statement, and we can examine it for its, let's say, truth value, or how it, reflects the real world. Now, is there a hair characteristic of criminals? A hairstyle characteristic of criminals?
Is there?
Obviously not, right? Obviously not. Jay-Z didn't invent the hairstyle, nor did Jay-Z make it popular. And it was a thing that people had as hairstyles before Jay-Z probably invented it, right? But it's hairstyle. Not
But when I was outside on the road, I had short hair. I'm all
Hold on, we don't have a mic for concrete. Thank you so much.
So when that statement links into his psychology, into how he's navigating this world, right? And that's why we should not be upset with him, because obviously that wasn't like a well thought out statement. That's like an emotional reaction. And whether or not he's intending to trigger, he's definitely intending to separate himself. And that separation is, in fact, a defense mechanism. Because the world is shooting at black people. And he's saying, not me, them. Stop shooting at me. Right? And I understand it. And like I said, there's something that should be paid. Because obviously he has
Okay, Patrick, repeat yourself, but I appreciate you doing it.
All right.
know about what I felt or what we felt was a limit to the racial profiling. And went in another rabbit hole, but I'm gonna try to bring it back. I think the only real remedy that in my mind I can see is land, maybe 2 or 3 states uh, where we would succeed if you know, try to come out of the country, but we could settle a couple of states. I'm in a state called Wyoming right now. I'm headed to Utah, where the brother said he's from. Or working on there.
Right by Evanston, what do you mean? I'm in.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, it's not this on the point, Chris. All right, yeah. All I'm saying is, as I was driving on Highway 80, headed west, I see a Walmart distribution center that's hiring for $30.65 an hour. Now, I know Walmart distribution centers, and I know Wyoming is a white ass state. So they have settled certain areas of the country, and they have business in those areas. They're still Americans. I'm saying all that to say, Carolina, and some of these states we can settle and make our own, do business, make money, create our own hourly minimum wages. Because I'm thinking to myself, how the hell are these white people in Walmart distribution center all making minimum of $30 an hour? And so I just find that very interesting because I know if you go down south, they're probably getting paid $16 an hour, right? So we can settle some of these areas, and that would be the biggest way to stop racial profiling is to police ourselves and our section of the country and our community and settle those areas. That's the best example I can think of for a remedy. I like it.
All I shared with something you just said that you're not sure that on Clubhouse works. You know, you can't read people like that.
Civic, I just wanted to respond to some of what you said. I disagree with most of what you said, and more so probably disagree with the presentation of it. And it just feels like it was a little too broad and it wasn't as precise as what it could have been. And I think that's where the problem, where stereotypes can come into play. But there was one thing you did say that I somewhat agree with in terms of the words black and white. I think that they're overly used. They're speaking for different black country or African countries, and there's about 44, 48, somewhere like that, European countries. They all have different histories, different lineages, and these do influence the culture. So I do think that the point that you made that was really good is to take into account, if this is what you're trying to make, is to take into account people's individual history according to where they do come from and what your actual ancestry is. So I agree with that, but I think I disagree overall with the presentation of it, and I think it is problematic. It's just gives me a little bit of Candace Owens type of vibe.
Well, you know, like to respond. Yeah, no problem. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, son.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna, so this is, I just have to review the book by its cover. That's what I have to do. And then it's hidden in the guise of some sort of elitism or racism against blacks. There's nothing wrong with using the term black or a person of color. And specifically, if a person, however a person chooses, I challenge your belief system is what I challenge. And what I will say is I met a couple that they had tattoos from their neck all the way up under their arms, down their legs. They had nose rings and they had four little kids. And guess what? They go to my church. anything like that. No, they wouldn't. But you know what? Who those people are, and however their life brought them to decide to tap their body or whatever they did, I don't care. They reach people because for my Christian belief, it's important to reach everybody and love everybody. So when they can reach people I can't reach because I don't look like that. And so you judging people like that and then choosing to say you're elite, um, and coming across elite, we know you're not elite, but it, yeah, you need to stop. You really just need to reconsider what your beliefs are. John even gave you a little hot pepper, like that was a spicy comment. No, because how you dress, how you look, it's how you act, and what your character is what really matters. So what if somebody's playing their trap music and they have tattoos? Big deal. That's not what you judge people on. And if you don't have the wherewithal to take time to know, then just keep going on with your life. You don't need to create opinions and put people down because it doesn't bring you up to put people down. It really exposes who you actually are. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we want to give Seneca a chance to respond. Go ahead, Seneca.
Yeah, I just felt like there's a community of people that just live in delusion. Like I just, um, first of all, I'm so glad I'm very American. My heritage, and my religion, okay, give me definitions of who I should be and how I should respond in circumstances, how I should dress, what I should eat, how I should speak, and like a police officer is very upset and is yelling and very sweet, sir. Like, very strong, yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I think I remember this. Okay. But my black counterpart who has no heritage and is not informed by any culture or heritage or values of his heritage refuses to serve God, and decides to serve the tarot cards and zodiac signs, okay, and chooses to essentially be anti-Christ and anti-religion, anti-Islam, okay, um, because he's not informed by any definition of who he should be. He assumes that he needs to be as black as can be. And what does it mean to be black? It means to be rambunctious, argumentative, and to and like words right then and there. That's how it's going to be able to talk about my dad. That's how they got shit up in the past.
We're gonna let Seneca land. We still have a chance to respond.
When you go and you look at all the list of people from the Black Lives Matter and all the people that were killed, you do not find one Nigerian, you do not find one Somali, you do not find one Canadian in that list of all of them are Black Americans. All of them are Black Americans that don't have a heritage, don't know their culture, don't know where they're from, and are not informed by any culture other than being as ghetto and niggerish as possible. Okay.
Okay, I'm next. I gotta go again.
Hold on. Hold on. When Sloan land, excuse me, when Seneca lands, we go to Nas first. So we'll go Seneca and then of course Queen Sloan. And then Chris, I know you want to respond. So Seneca, let's let him land first, please.
Okay, yes, I'm gonna land here because I know you have the Black Mexican perspective, so control. At the end of the day,
Seneca, hold on. Don't you? I have a question. I stopped listening to you talk because you're blowing me away with what you're saying. And keep it real with me because we always have good conversations. Do you actually believe everything you're saying right now?
yes, because I'm tired of people acting like animals and not, if I was Black American, okay, and I didn't know my heritage to inform my values, I would be Muslim, okay, because at least there's a community, there's the Ummah that will inform me of and provide a culture that will ensure that when I meet a police officer and that position comes.
Read that man bio. He is Muslim. He lying.
Yes. When I am Muslim, I'm not lying. What are you talking about? I never said I was.
Don't worry, I'm gonna cook your ass in a minute. As soon as I get this mic, I'm gonna cook your ass.
respect
Chris, let him land.
and to respect authority. These black people do not respect authority. They act rambunctious. They act like wild hyenas and animals, and then they expect to be respected. And that's just not how the world works. If you respect yourself, people respect you. If you act like you don't have a heritage, you didn't come from a home, you want to have tattoos all over your face and then put a chain on your neck and then go into corporate America, no, they're gonna kick you out. You don't belong there. Okay, if it walks like a criminal, acts like a criminal, it's a criminal. That was my way.
Thank you, Seneca. I think Sloan wanted to go, and then we'll go to Chris. Anybody want to speak after Chris? I have Q.
Yes.
Keith. Anybody else?
I do too.
That's Keith. Okay. Anybody else after Keith? All right, cool. Please don't interrupt as the speakers come off mic. Cool. Sloan, you got it, sis.
I'm not even going to say very much because I just don't really need to give my energy to ignorance. I really don't. He believes what he believes. I gave a very good example of why you should not judge people based on appearance, and he chose not to even acknowledge that. That's fine. But you see, and this isn't to talk, I'm not even talking to him, and I'm not going to center myself, but I will say that it is important to know that blacks in this country may not know their heritage, not through any fault of their own, but through the capitalism called slavery. And that is important to know when you decide to pass judgment on someone that doesn't know their culture. And let me be clear, I am black. I am not African American, and I'm okay with that. In fact, after meeting you, I am more than okay with not being African American. I am black, happily black. And to further make my point, I'm actually I am in the lineage of George Washington. My black
woman and she's
My family is on the slave side of George Washington. We're in the Smithsonian Historical Museum for African American History and Culture. So when you say people don't know their culture and they act a certain way, yeah, things come with that. And this of the capitalism of slavery. I wouldn't wish to be a Nigerian based on your nasty attitude. I wouldn't. I am happy being a black American and I'm proud of that. But when you look at me, it comes from a place of, um, of imperialism, of colonialism, of things possibly your Nigerian ancestors probably gave our asses up. So that's what I think of you and your opinions. Thank you.
Well, let me jump in here real quick, 2 seconds. Small, please don't leave this year. I don't have chance space alone. I appreciate you. I understand trying to protect you. But I appreciate you. And let me just say this real quick, because I know there's people like blow back from this room, right? Healthy debates does not endorse anything that's being said by individual speakers. I'm not signing off on any of this stuff. So before you guys open rooms and healthy debates is harboring or racist, I don't want to hear that shit. So get back to your night.
For the record, before we go to Chris, for anybody keeping tabs, I personally don't identify as black, African, or Negro. I'm the Time Lord from the planet Gallifrey. Thank you. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, me, I'm just another brother from Cali. So I love what you're saying. Uh, it's just amazing to me. So, like, this is saying that, her family, something goes back to George Washington. So, my great grandmother, and if you ever go into Texas, my last name is Gardner. My family founded a whole town in Texas, and they black. They not African. I don't know any Africans. None. In my whole family. Zero. And it's crazy to me that this man can sit and talk like that. And say, oh, well, because of you look like this. Yeah, I'm tatted, bro. I'm 6'4", I'm 270, and I'm tatted. I'm tatted up. And if you see me outside, you'll probably turn around. But if you took a second to stop and say hi, you'll find out that I'm actually a nice guy. You are are just afraid, bro. You're afraid, and all your people are afraid. That's the problem. You a bitch. And I don't even know how else to call it. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but all you've been doing is saying like, oh, if you like this, you act like this. If it's a duck, it's a duck, it's a duck. Well, if it bleeds once a month and it looks like you, it must be a hoe. I don't know
Well,
why
I
I
have a
was
question. Senator, finish your question. Thank you. And I'm just trying to get some clarity. Were you born here or you were born over in Africa? Oh, New York City. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by the things you're saying because, I don't feel that energy here in New York or that vibe. I mean, listen, you're going to agree with you. And I know I'm not changing anybody's mind. But you kind of knocked me focused tonight because that energy doesn't live here in New York as far as I know.
What if I'm on a graveyard? Does that put me out in the wee hours of the night? Because I used to be a bouncer in Miami and in Utah where I live now. I used to work at the club as security, so I was out in the wee hours of the night. Then what the fuck does it mean if I sag my pants? Why you looking at my pants? Why you watching my pants? What is that for criminals do? Why? You need to stop watching TV, dog. Because I did 5 years, and that's not the case. That's not the case. You stop watching TV. You need to stop watching TV, brother. Because you've never been there. Stop talking about it. You've never been there. And fuck corporate America, because I work in corporate America. I work in corporate America.
We have to have one mic. Hold on, Chris, we have to have one mic, because otherwise we can't hear. And Street, I see you, I see you flashing, we have Q, so after Chris, we have Keith, and then we got you, F Street, so that's okay, Lance. I got you, brother.
Well, how many black people?
I'll go, John.
I'll go
Put
after
John
you.
in the queue.
Just put me in the queue and let me know when I can go.
Okay, so Chris, hold on. After that, we have Chris. I think I heard John come off mic. And then go ahead, Ian.
So, Seneca, I'm just going to say that I think that while I'm not particularly offended by what you're saying, I think it is understandably offensive. And I also am going to say that I fundamentally don't think that your intentions behind what you're saying are actually bad. I think it is really a misguided attempt at accountability. Um, and I think it's a bit of an overcorrection. I think what you're pointing to is examples of you can have real life examples of people, for example, who go to a store and say, and now stole something and then get in trouble and say that, oh, this is only because I'm black or something like that. I think you're pointing out examples like that where accountability could be taken. But I think what you're doing is you're overcorrecting. So you're seeing these examples and then you're attributing more fault to black people than should be attributed, as opposed to looking at it from a nuanced perspective, which is that yes, there's accountability to be taken within the black community, but that's not to then necessarily go and see every negative thing that happens to a black person and assume that they could have taken accountability for it. I mean, it sometimes can be, it can go way too far. That's like, I live in California. That's like that earthquake happening in California. So they say, well, you should have known about fault lines and tectonic plates and shouldn't have lived in California. There's a point where the level of accountability that you're expecting from somebody is just not a realistic sense, and there's things that are beyond people's control. So I think that while your intentions are really just to be accountable and to take responsibility, it is really probably more of an empowering message that I think you're trying to have, and that you take that with yourself and you seem frustrated with hearing people who you feel have not taken accountability. I do think that it is misguided because it does encompass a balance of you. And so that's pretty much all I have to say about it.
Thank you, Ian. Keith, go ahead, Keith.
Yes, I just wanted to say this, Senator, man. Like, part of me, like, I understand I'm the same as you, but the other part is like, bro, you kind of coming at black people with this generalization, meaning the same thing he said. You taking one situation and you putting it on all, and just saying this is who you guys are, and there's no Nigerians. They got it, live men and all of that. But I just want to say, if my profile is my son, he got the locks. He went to school to Xavier, had a 3.7. His father, so I'm his stepfather, is a sheriff in Cleveland, and his mother, who I'm married to, is a nurse, and they are African. I just came back from Africa, and he was wearing the locks out there, and they did something. They said, hey, look, down here, as he was free and he walked around in Africa, he did get the freedom as a black man and not getting profiled by, people because everybody was out there was African. So that was real good and he enjoyed that. But they did say, hey, you gotta be aware of your environment. They did talk to him. And I did talk to him too about that situation. We do have to know our environment. I mean, I'll just say this, and I know a lot of people gonna come at you, but if I got some Jordans and I got my gold chain on, it's some places in the hood that I'm not gonna walk. And they go the same way for the way that we present ourselves in different situations. So I agree on that side, but Seneca, I think the way that you explain it, you kind of throw all of us under the bus the way you do it. Okay, so this is...
XG first, XG, and it's on you. Go ahead, XG.
Yeah, I'm just sort of
Wait, who said who wants the queue? That was Jamal? Who said they want to get in?
Job.
This is how we're going. It's XG and Thug. We have XG, Thug, Chris, John, Berg, and then Job. Who else? Okay, cool. Go ahead, XG.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I think, in short, like one of the TLDR, when you say, in short, you're an uptight, self-righteous
again, I'm really confused as to how Black Americans are bottom of the barrel and African Americans are the bottom of the barrel, and yet the worst living African American in the U.S. probably lived a high class life in fucking Africa. So like that's what I'm confused about. It's always Africans are so much better than African Americans, yet all of them have to migrate here to make anything of themselves. That's hilarious to me. That you guys have to go ahead and flex 50-year-old technological advancements being made by fucking sticks and stones and act like it's fucking amazing in Africa when we did that 50 years ago. I'm so sorry, you're still catching up. So to try to act like Africans are a pinnacle of society, pinnacle of morality, half of them still can't let their women drive, half of them just got the right to vote. The other half, they're so fucking societally behind, technologically behind, that for you to imply that the Africans are somehow so much more superior to the African Americans, it's mind-blowing to me. It's mind-blowing to me. And it's the pinnacle and the epitome of this coon-ass Candace Owens state of mind that you trap yourself into to keep sucking the white man's dick and the goop from under the chair. Like, I'm really confused as to how you compound this bad to white people and racial stereotypes is somehow benefiting your cause, benefiting your message, or benefiting you as a person. You're one of the good ones until they don't need you anymore. And then when they don't need you anymore, guess what? You become as much of a nigger as the rest of us. So congratulations. You're equally as fucked in this scenario. You're just delaying yours a little bit longer. So the more you keep playing these cool games, just wait, because you're going to be in the same fucking tree that all of us are going to be on.
Senator. Wait, Thug is next. Yeah. Go ahead, Thug.
Yeah, so this is a problem that, Black Americans feel the need to try to educate these assholes about, what our images are. If any of you have not watched the show on Netflix called Young African Fakeness, Fakeness in African, look at the images on how these degenerative Africans are allowed themselves to be used to project these images of them as if this is their lifestyle in Africa. It's false. It's a lie. These are the Nigerians. And you look at the makeup on their face, they make them lighter. These women are pitch black. And they are using makeup to have the images of what they would like American, or the American standard of what beauty is. They're trying to use that show to have all Africans on the continent portray themselves as such. So this whole idea that he's trying to make it seem like Black Americans are the worst degenerative images in the world, your allegedly best people are trying to portray those images. They're trying to look exactly like the degenerative thing that you're saying that we are. And your children are growing up that way. Your children are growing up loving hip-hop, loving sagging their pants, loving rapping about killing motherfucking Africans and doing all the rest of the stuff. They love that shit, right? So it just behooves listening to people like him, right? It only further gives me the ammunition to prepare my next generation to know that don't ever let these fucking niggers, because that's what you are, don't let these niggers, use their survival tactics of, saying all these black terms or trying to pretend to be cool because they're educated with you in school. Fuck them, right? Fuck them into the next century. I'm done speaking.
Okay, Jamal, we have a queue. I keep telling you have a queue, and it's going Chris, John, Burke, and John. So I'll put you in after John. So go ahead, Chris. Chris is on his phone, so let's go ahead and John. Congressman John, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I would just say don't judge a book by its cover. And what that means is we're all Americans. And on the inside, we have pink brains and we have blood and we have other colors on the inside. So I would just say that when I say that education is lacking, it really is a spiritual education because we all have a translucent soul which is colorless, or at least all of our brains are pink and our hearts are red.
Let's go to the next person, please.
Congressman like that. That's messed up. Okay, wait, Chris, you were on the phone. Chris, you were next before John, so we'll go Chris and then Bert, John, and Jamal. Go ahead.
I can't even think of anything else to say except, man, that man crazy. And I will just yield my time to the next person. Because like I said, I was on the phone, so I can't even deal with that right now.
No problem. Thank you, Chris. Go ahead, Bert.
What's good, Bert, I need you to do me a solid, bro. Catch that pink ticket.
I got you. That is motherfucking land. You know what I'm saying? That's some of it I do. Some of it I actually do.
So you moved to St. Louis, you bought it, not because your grandparents married there.
No, I didn't buy it. I did not buy it. I inherited it. I inherited it.
There's no law that says that just because you live someplace it's your place. Sorry.
It's natural law.
It's natural law.
Well, hold on a second.
I don't know, you're a lawyer. Ain't you some amateur?
Well, Lord, I would have to, like, natural law would also be, like, the
Great room title there, Rabbi. Really top notch. Very funny. Good stuff.
Go read the book and go to the gym, fatty.
That's what I keep telling people on this app, fatty.
Do you know that Mayhem turned out to be what? What's his name? Hickman?
Yeah.
He's a Yiddish guy.
He's Jewish.
Yeah, he's a Yiddish guy. Otherwise, I think he's something so hard. He literally, he used to hate Trump, and he suddenly started loving Trump because Trump is connected for the Jews.
Oh, he's cooking for the Jews.
That's right.
Really?
That's right. I don't I don't like people whose are so easily swayed by either the coin or by something, people whose emotions are so easily, so readily aroused. I just don't like that. You know.
The issue, I think you're very surface level with it. Surface level ignorant, damn near MAGA. No offense to anybody else with MAGA. Just trying to make a point. So yeah.
Thank you, Bird. Okay, let's go to John.
At some point, we gotta give Senate a chance.
Okay.
Hold on. Because then you're getting into a politics.
he's just gonna call for master. And he's just gonna call for master.
You don't want to send me disputes. Hold on a second, hold on. Like, I'm gonna hand it back to you, run it how you want. I just like to keep having a good conversation, otherwise it's dope while I'm in an echo chamber.
Okay, so we'll let Senator respond, and then we'll go to John, Jamal, and then I see Mike came up. We'll go to Mike out after that. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm back.
Okay.
No one is attacking all black people, right? I hate it when,
Wait, hold on, Bert. You have to mute up, Bert. We're getting feedback, please. Go ahead.
I hate when some black Americans use their typical cultural deflections, right? Whenever you hold them accountable, they want to hold your country accountable. They want to hold they say white people do it too. They say, oh no, you don't understand. It's already happened to us. You know what I mean? They make all these excuses upon excuses. They call out slavery like they're the only ones in the world that ever experienced hardship or ever came from generational hardship. Okay, it's just not an excuse. I'm sorry. We're tired of the bullshit. People come to this country, they don't even come from a country where they use the same characters, let alone speak the same language, let alone know the culture and the systems. And you have 400 years of knowledge in this country. Okay, you know the systems, you know the educational systems, the financial systems, the justice systems, you know the culture, you can speak the language, and still you don't overcome, you don't succeed. Why? Because you're dropping out of class to smoke weed. Okay, you're hanging around the wrong people, you're out late
Let's
at
smoke
night,
some
you
weed
shouldn't
right now.
study, you come to work, you disrespect your teachers, you don't do your homework, you barely graduate from high school if you graduate. Okay, you don't go to college. Okay, and then you end up thinking you're the shit because you got a 15 hour per hour job, while your immigrant counterparts are going to college, getting engineering degrees, getting accounting degrees, coming out making 6 figures. Okay, and then you want to whine and boo-hoo. Okay, that is not fair, and blame slavery
let me jump in for a second, because and I know nothing on my side is gonna change your mind, and I want to keep it real with you. I find everything you're saying to be so vile and disgusting and so intellectually dishonest. Because for me, right, JB,
It's his lived experience, JB.
I'm not part of your community, I'm part of my own community, but here in New York, as you know, we're about to possibly mix together. For you to label an entire community the things you're saying, I'm gonna keep it real, bro, is reprehensible, disgusting to me. Can't speak for anybody else in the truth. But you know, I like to give everybody a chance to disclose who they are. And I have to tell you, dude, you really, in my opinion, my advice to you is take a step back and listen to what other people are saying. I'm not in that space because, bro, it's not reality. But I'm sorry for cutting you off. I had to say that. It's been a
It is reality. It's the reality.
Yeah, it's different. It was like 30 fucking
That's my question, JD.
So,
That's my question. So, you're from the Italian community, right?
yes, Italian Jewish.
Italian Jewish, okay. Do you see a difference in the behaviors and the culture of your community and the Black American community and how it has made your community more successful?
What I see, and I've seen beauty in the Black community, man, here in Brooklyn. I live in Bed-Stuy, but no, look, you asked me a question, let me answer it. I don't see any difference with all communities, right? But all people. Listen, Bill and I argue every fucking day, bro. And I still will have a fucking drink with this guy. I don't give a shit. Let me find out the context of the person, not the whole community. I'm not gonna paint the entire community because one idiot did something stupid. And that's ridiculous. Listen, look at the narrative we have in this world right now. The Jews own the media, Jews own the banks. Guys, we're not going down that rabbit hole right now. Just using this example. It's ridiculous, man. I'm not gonna sit here and paint the entire community because there's one person made a mistake. Because there's plenty of people in my community. I guarantee you, son, I'm making mistakes today. They'll make them again tomorrow. Does that make me the same person that that person is? I would hope not. But guess I didn't let you point.
Well, I have no further questions. I was hoping you would acknowledge that your community has been more successful because you act like a community. You come together and support each other. Okay, and you take responsibility for the growth.
Yo, son, listen, I'm not gonna say that the Jewish community had been successful. Let me say this to you, bro. I've been ostracized by my own community more than any other community. See, there's hypocrisy in every community. That's why I get smoked from my community, because I call them out on their bullshit. Right? They don't want to hear that. They ostracize me. That's fine. I'm still a proud Zionist, and I will be till the day I die. And let me just give you this little example, son.
He's not
If
a
you're driving down
Zionist.
the road, the cop pulls you over because you're black, because we all know that happens. That's entirely true. You think you can tell me, no, officer, hold on, I'm not black. I'm African. You think he's really gonna play that bullshit?
So he can tell by the way I speak, the way I conduct myself, my behaviors. I call him sir. Even if he's angry or rambunctious, I de-escalate. He knows that's not the behavior of a black man. And 9 times out of 10, JB, they let me off with a warning. Even when I'm speeding, they let me off with a warning because I'm so respectful. That's not a characteristic of a black American man.
Wait, can
I disagree. I agree. Everybody get up there. I'm gonna get up.
Please become the
Guys, we have a queue. I'm gonna hand it back to 9 by myself with MG group. MG, put your seatbelt on because we got some craziness going on here.
I hear. Hey, JB. Hey, Nine. Hey, out.
Hey, beautiful.
Alright, please, I don't know where your queue is. It's on.
I just want to do a quick room reset for folks who came in. Healthy debates. We're talking about racial profiling. We have a poll at the top. Absolutely not is leading by 90%. If you don't see the poll, you have to go out, update the app, come back in. Absolutely not. Total hogwash. Figment of people's imagination. Bigger issue than I realized. Those are your options. Please vote if you haven't voted already. Folks, I know everybody's heated and passionate and spicy, but we have to honor the queue. We have Jaw, Jamal, Mike, Chris. Trap joined the stage. Trap, did you want to get into the queue? If not, just let me know when you're ready. Okay, so we'll add Trap after Chris. So let's go ahead, John, and then Jamal.
Before we go to John next, but John, can you give me a solid, bro? Please cash your pink ticket.
Thank you, JB. John, the mic is yours. Please, everybody, remember, keep your submissions under 2 minutes. If there's anyone worthy of being dogs, it's him.
that block more, many dogs. That's not a bad job.
No, because, I mean, I'm South Sudanese, so, like, I'm African, South Sudanese. I mean, I see African Americans, you know what I mean, stuff we agree with, because, I mean, we both get drunk, we both like to fight, so, you know what I mean, but, like, stuff that's African American, I don't get, that's their problem. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes that's their issue. I sit back, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm, what, me, what am I gonna do? It's their problem to solve, like, I just sit back, like, you know what I mean? Why would I go in there and start talking shit? You know what I mean? Make it work? Nah, it's dead. You can't, you know what I mean? They gotta solve it themselves. You can't really tell people. Alright, I'm done.
Thank you, Jamal. John.
I'm just piece of shit too. Okay. We do some bullshit too. But they don't tell us all the bullshit we do. They just be like, oh, yeah, alright.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, so I hope y'all can hear me clearly. I'll use my other headset. Seneca has touched on and articulated very well a lot of my own personal feelings, and I'm from the United States of America, the foundation, African American myself, I am. And I agree with him. I know that he is gaslighting a lot of it, probably, and upsetting people, and the way that he's saying it so smug and matter of fact, and it's a little disrespectful the way he's saying it, but everything he has said is right, and I agree with it. And I think we as African American, Black people, foundational Black American, we have to come to terms with some of this stuff in order to really, really go back to the title. And the title is about this racial profile. There's a way that you have to deal with police. And what he was describing is exactly the way that I handle business. There's a way to deal with this white supremacy that we live in, you know, and the best way to do it, we've learned, and we can see it from the Chinese, we can see it with the Nigerians, we can see it with the Indians. You have to understand the system of capitalism and move in it in an educated fashion. We need to stop being their entertainment. And I think the most important thing we can do is stop our kids from playing sports for 5 years. And don't give them no more NFL players, no more basketball players, and redirect a whole generation of generation alpha and beta, into engineering, science, STEM, technology, and reboot ourselves out of entertainment. There's no money in it anymore. There's no money in the music. They officially rent you from making money from music unless you're performing and on stage sampling, breaking your legs, hitting at each other, and getting brain aneurysms from football, shooting and breaking your legs and shooting basketballs and shit. It's time for us to redirect shit. And I agree with everything that the Nigerian brothers say. And right is right. You know, and we gotta really take a long look at ourselves. If we want to stop the profiling, we gotta really take a deep, long look at ourselves. And I'll land right.
Okay, so I have Mike, Chris is no longer on the stage, so I have Mike. Is Mike still?
Mexican people, they have a specific, preposterous.
Well, I don't know that there's.
Julio, come up here, play with my.
I don't know if there's like a genetic thing. I mean, it is one sport I participate in, and like, it is, Mexicans definitely have they're definitely known for being successful in boxing.
Western Hemisphere the most successful. But they also have a higher participation rate than other groups.
I don't know. That was what they were saying, and then it kind of reminded me of the shit. I'm sort of based out.
What are we reprehensible?
Well, they have, like, in the country of Mexico, like, Mexican American fighters kind of have a similar style. It's called, like, pressure fighting. It may to some people look like you're just being you're just like a slugger. But these are people that literally, they keep on going, walking forward. They try to walk you down into a corner to the ropes. And they'll fight on the outside, but then try to go on the inside, and then, you know, there is a little bit of like taking a punch to give a punch. It's actually a very difficult style of boxing to learn. It's not. It literally takes years for people who had long amateur careers and had boxed that were pros for years as well.
Is that what happened to your brain when you got TBI? Was it in a pressure fight?
Yeah, I usually don't get TBI from one fight.
Well, I want to thank you, Pepe. You did it again. You know, your doxing of Roger Mayhem, your stirring of the pot. You have once again.
Hi, Jim.
Hey, bro, hey, you, John, that was actually, you were watching. You were watching, like.
Stir the pot.
Yeah, it was a boxer rhythm, but
I was an amateur, and then like
you guys that.
He's like, you got.
Oh man, we need Roger back. We need Roger back.
Ooh, child, things gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things are gonna get harder. Ooh, child, Roger Mayhem's gonna get fluff you up.
I like Kitover.
When are you guys gonna donate to the campaign to elect John Kitover? Oh, that's right. You're Canadian. You can't donate to the campaign anyways.
I cook. I actually cook. There's some slide around about that. It's fun. Make that faggot in. That Pokemon
I
faggot.
saw him on here earlier today, but I didn't see you run.
It's no longer showing up to cut counts. I think you're looking at this stuff like it's still in this Twitter because it's been exposed as a Yiddish guy called Sean Pickler. And he misspelled Sean. Child, the Jewish faggot selling Pokemon cards while talking about gold. That's right. Sure. You have to understand Kitover. You have to understand. This room trying to get minimized. That's not right.
We're studying FIFO, LIFO, and specific identification as far as inventory management.
That's right. We actually do finance, unlike Roger Faggot Mayhem, who actually Pokemon cards while talking about gold and not gold. That's right. We do finance. And we don't do niggas. We're nigga minimizing. Okay, so these are privileges just for you to know. And you should feel more than lucky. Yeah, let me figure some kosher shekels on.
But can we even want to? So this Muslim chick on Hinge is like, what are you looking for on here? I said, whatever you're looking for. She says, I'm looking to get married. I said, we shall see if that's in the cards. She wrote, you're Muslim? I said, no. Can we Ummah and do 2 wives?
I love this movie. Oh, God. I actually do like it. I like it. People
not appreciate it though. I beg to differ. I do appreciate it. I just think
She wrote, so you are you considering it? Sure. Can you believe these people want to have these like ridiculous text conversations on a dating app? People are really fucking stupid. And this girl is a physician, a fucking doctor. That's why I give no credibility to the medical industrial complex. It's just basically people who tested well and now they work in consumer packaged goods. That's it.
I completely agree with that. I don't know if I can
Are you serious?
There are aspects of medicine where critical thinking is required, but that's like regular specialists. It's not like hospital. It's not. It's like there's like your public. Yeah. That's right. I mean, that's what that's happening. I do see that what doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I love you, Kitover. I don't understand that. That's right. I hope Kitover understands that. I like Kitover.
Well, Rico Bosco, you should consider contributing to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Let me put the link in the chat, Rico Bosco. You should become a donor to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
That's Bitcoin is dumb, so I don't know if I'm funding a fucking Polish Jew. That's right.
I'm not Polish, I'm not Jewish. You shawarma, Jordanian, kanafa eating motherfucker.
That's exactly what we need in America.
You motherfucker, you.
Others would be funny to see John Kitover control Congress, so I would enjoy that.
We're gonna get on the ballot.
Go read a book and go to the gym, man.
It already worked out today. We're gonna get on that ballot, but I need money to actually get the signatures.
Well, Bitcoin is dumb, motherfucker, so I'm not feeling that.
Well, that's okay. Just buy some more put options because Bitcoin's going down, and then you can contribute to the campaign.
Hi, you've reached 1773913.
Idiots for studying.
I agree. I think we are brother and sister.
Okay, I'm with you. I'll go along the road.
I like that. You got a husband?
More than one, more than one.
More than one?
He said brother and sister, not like your husband.
No, I'm asking.
White people, you get to a certain age, of course you're gonna have some stereotypes, you feel me, about white people when you see them. You feel me? And then you're gonna racially profile them, even if it is on accident. Like, hey, y'all put this in your potato salad and shit like that. Like I see us do it more than anybody else. Matter of fact,
Yeah, it's human nature.
I'm also tell us this. I've seen black people racially profile motherfuckers more than anybody else. Black people, we racially profile Africans, we racially profile other black people, we racially profile whites, we racially profile Asians, we racially profile fucking Arabs. We always think one of them motherfuckers walking around with their jobs. Is that what they always think one of them about to blow some shit up, you feel me? Like, we racially profile motherfuckers more than anybody I've ever seen in my life. I'm just gonna put that out there. So yeah, again, it just comes when you don't have the knowledge about the other race, you feel me? You don't actually, you don't fit into proximity with certain people. Yeah, you fall under the racially profiled thing.
Thank you, Trey.
Can you ask a question?
No, hold on a second. If you want, Matt, I let you ask two questions. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No, we haven't heard from Trayvon yet, and George hasn't spoken yet. I'm gonna let Mike ask his question, then you wanna get these other guys involved. It's on you, man.
Yeah, it's a quick one. Trap, I actually agree with everything you said. I think you're a very level-headed man here. Would you say you're afraid of police officers?
No, sir.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. See, and that's okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Night. Trayvon, are you there, Trayvon? Trayvon.
Yeah, what's poppin'?
What's going on, man? You wanna jump in this conversation? You just wanna hang out?
Man, I guess I chime in real quick, I'm like that. Everybody got different views, you feel me? So we ain't never gonna sit here and actually build on something that we attacking everybody's point of view. You feel me? So I'm gonna go ahead and put that out there. And in regards to racial profiling is definitely a real thing. Trust and believe it. Now, I like to see things from, everything. I try not to take sides of it. So, to be clear, a lot of times that, we get racially profiled from my own personal experience. We are doing something that causes us to be looked at in some type of way. Let's be real about it. And to be 100%, I do feel that within a community, we don't take accountability, but I do feel that there's times in which we do things that cause, people to look at us a certain way. Prime example, in certain places, as much as we would all like to, value cannabis, in certain places, cannabis is illegal. It's definitely been times in which, some person gets pulled over under the influence of cannabis, under the influence of alcohol, you know what I mean? And it just goes down. It goes into a downfall. It spirals down. I put it like that. And it causes people to look at them suspicious. But there's also times where it's not anything that gives them a reason to look at us suspicious aside from our skin. So there is those times in which racial profiling is just what it is, racial profiling. So I'm gonna keep it brief at that and let y'all brothers continue better know what y'all better know.
Thank you, Trayvon. I always appreciate when you come in. So I'm gonna go to George and then I'm gonna go to Seneca. George, you there?
Hey. Yeah.
Hey, you wanna chime in?
Yeah, I believe that racial profiling is definitely real. I think there will always be racism in the state of affairs. I also think that people should be on their best behavior, of course, and it's good strategy. And you don't see that. If you're on your best behavior, it's not a problem, so that's it.
Thank you, George. Seneca, you there, Seneca?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was joking. You wanted to chime in or not?
Yes, I did. Thank you. So the gentleman earlier, I think it was he said that, you don't have to show your license and it's your right? And, you don't have to show your license to a police officer, and so therefore, your identification, right? But here's the thing. There's certain things that we don't have to do that we ought to do, right? And there's certain things that we can do that we probably ought not to do. For instance, yes, we have the right to freedom of speech and freedom of expression, and anyone here can say anything that they like, right? But if, say, Mike Allen or maybe another white man calls someone in this room a nigger, right? Does he have the freedom to do that? Yes. Ought he do that?
rights are being encroached upon. I mean, I've had times where police were involved in something where police did put me in handcuffs simply for recording them, and the whole reason I was recording them anyway is because they came off aggressive, they came off more hostile than was necessary. I felt like I was being treated unfairly, so I wanted to record for my own safety. And then I was arrested, or not arrested, but detained and put in custody for recording. So I think that sometimes people are exercising their rights for their protection, and while I don't think it is the decent thing generally to comply, there's also, you have to take into account human nature that police officers are not perfect, and some of them are wrong and corrupt as well. And those are the times to exercise your rights, and that's what rights are for. Rights are for preventing against being encroached upon unfairly. So I don't think that I don't think it's the decent thing to do to let a police officer search my vehicle if I haven't done anything wrong, because I don't think it's the decent thing to do to go search somebody's vehicle that hasn't done anything wrong. So to some extent, there's common courtesy and there's decency and there's I generally will comply. I'm not gonna lie, I got pulled over by the police like a week ago, and I actually was. I said, I apologize, sir, maybe I was, going a little fast, whatever it was, and I completely complied with him. He said, well, you're being cool with me, so I'm gonna let you go with the ticket. I could give you reckless driving because you were going like 95, but, and so generally, yeah, I showed him my ID, and I did, I complied with him in the ways that I should have, but there's also been other circumstances where police were very hostile, very aggressive, and I don't think that you should unconditionally just bow down to people. So I think that's where I more so take issue with what you're saying, is that I think people should be able to have their rights and not have to, they don't have to.
Thank you. No, I think that's it. Mike, let me office. Okay, so now we got a couple of new people on stage. We've got CM. We got Bella on stage. I'm gonna hand over to you. I'm gonna sit back and listen for a minute. By the way, now you're doing an amazing job today. You are crushing it. You're great.
Thank you, Mike. So listen, guys, I know this conversation is very heated, so I just want to keep it orderly and run a queue. The queue list is ended, so I'm going to start a new queue. Please let me know who would like to speak.
Yeah, I know there's people over there, but let's do it.
Yes, we're back in there. Well, hold on, we have Seneca, then we have Mike. I see Trap wants to speak. So Seneca,
I'll wait my turn. So people that were first.
He takes a couple of hits from his pen and all of that. So as the proliferation, sorry, I'm still hot. As the proliferation of marijuana starts becoming legalized, you see a lot.
Oh, hey, Julian, what are you doing with these highbrow financiers, Julian? I thought you wanted to you wanted to make love to Mangione and free him. Oh, hey, Edmund. Hey, Edmund.
Admin, whatever your name is. I'm a man of duality.
is give $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Link is in the chat.
I don't think he would do that. I think he would really not. I think he would be like a total sacrifice. Just like all of them. It's not going to be any different.
That's right. Israel's my number 2. America's my number 1, baby.
No, Israel's the number one, and America's the number two.
Nah, you Jordanian shawarma eating motherfucking faggot.
Let's try to back test that today. We proved that one up. Alright, let's go
Link
next.
is in the chat, faggot.
He's not the motherfucker.
Link is in the chat. Link is in the chat.
He's not the motherfucker.
I seen it earlier. I was laughing. It was funny. I seen it.
Yeah.
I laughed at that. It's humorous.
Yeah, it was actually funny. But,
It's sad though on how many, hang on. It go been a long way. Like I tell you, well, y'all know what y'all saying, and y'all just having to deal with freedom people who came up under a time where they were told y'all oppressed them. And then you got people raised up.
I understand. So,
It's a time for everything. And it is a time when people are going to start terrorizing y'all. It ain't gonna be safe to come in there.
remember the American?
That's what they're gonna try to do. They wanna get it so we can devour each other. So we will have all the blacks having one revenge to a slave. And they wanna try to get it by
But not you, because you've got reparations, so you understand, right?
not reparations. So I'm trying to tell people how to get it without shit. Not unblock.
Well, I think whatever we can do so people don't shed blood is good. Like, I mean, get some bloodshed.
Right. We've had too much of that already. We see what that do.
That's right. That's right.
Supposed to learn from that. Whatever was written for our learning so that we, the nations, can come to the scriptures and plan that move. Now we can choose.
Have you met Lucifer?
Oh my god, yes, I know. I'm up there.
Who's Lucifer? Lucifer.
Oh,
He's just
Oh man, Janelle, stop it with the devil worship.
Oh, wow, that's right.
so boy.
And you know, really, he's worshiping the devil by hating me. I love your hate. I love it. So just keep hating me and dividing amongst each other. Keep your biases. I think that being prejudiced is healthy. I really do. You guys are entitled to have your preference of staying within your groups. I think you should stay in your groups. Thank you, Stu. I love you too.
You know what? You might really like I think that might really be good.
Janelle, Lucifer is real. Come on. You know God is just a hokey dokey piece of shit.
No.
No, you baby, you believe in God?
Lucifer, do you know what a jinn is?
That's me, baby boy. I'm a jinn.
Oh my god, I've never felt better in my life.
I feel amazing. So wait, Penny, you believe in God, Penny? Oh my goodness, interesting. Okay, well, I mean, is God outside of you or inside of you?
I'm going inside.
Yeah, going inside. Is God inside of you or outside of you?
Alright.
Is God coming inside?
No.
I told you I'm not representing anything. I've been so clear with that.
Danny, you did say that you were Jewish.
No, I'm a Black Hebrew Israelite.
Wait, now, wait a minute. You didn't say this tell you're a Black Hebrew Israelite. I'd love to be shit. And you know what? And I am a fairy. I'm the fairy godmother from The Wizard of Oz.
Mr. Rahman, NOI member, so just FYI.
What's an NOI?
Nation of Islam.
Oh, you're Mr. Farrakhan guy. That's what's up, man. Nation of Islam in the building. Shout out
That's
to
what's
Allah.
up. You know, they say that the devil doesn't live outside of you. The devil's inside of you.
Congressman John Kitover is here, ladies and gentlemen. Bam, 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 bam. Hello, Congressman. Yes, Congressman John Kitover. He's my motherfucking dude. That is the hippest, that is the blackest white dude that you ever meet. John Kitover. He is a nigger for real.
You ain't black if you don't vote for John Kitover for Congress.
Hey, John, that would be funny as shit. You should put some humor in your campaign, brother. Some real raw humor. Like shock jock humor. You're too scared to do that, though. You're a politician.
No, we're creating content all the time.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Jamil. If you love niggas for real, you would talk shit to them. You feel me? Like, you won't be scared to talk shit to them. And sit there basically like, hey, what you doing? You taking this shit for real? Like, you really in your feelings, nigga. Like, what's your problem? You feel me? Like, you sound like a nigga. Yeah, I can be anything you want me to be. Sometimes I sound like a straight bitch. Yeah, thanks, boo. But yeah, like, dude, John, what you said, John? You said you do have.
I'm saying I do a lot of comedy. I mean, I'm filming myself 18 hours a day and putting it on
I'm
10
talking about
different YouTube.
provocative content, John. You
It's pretty
film yourself
provocative.
18 hours. No, what's provocative, John, is you going to the hood, nigga, and playing basketball with the hood niggas and call them a bunch of niggas and dogging them and dumping all on them.
Well, I'm running against La Hood. His name is Darren La Hood.
Okay. You're getting close. Okay. That's what I'm talking. What I'm saying, John, is okay. You're a congressman, so you're a people person. So you got to be able to smile with Karen and have potato salad with raisins, and then step over a few blocks down the street and motherfucker shaking tail feather with Keisha and them. You feel me?
I feel you.
Alright, guys. So you need me. Anyway, you know you can always call me for advice, my nigga. So you're gonna need advice when you're in that office. Some nigga advice, some brotherly love.
Well, I'll be sure to look up the Love Hard podcast on Spotify.
Yeah. Look that up or look up Love Heart Network. Because you know I am a synergy specialist. I'm a consultant. So you can hire my services. Yeah.
Well, how do we get Pennywise to Chicago so we can get married and start a family?
Who's starting a family?
Me and Pennywise.
Oh shit, Pennywise, congratulations.
She recently broke up with her Michelin Ashkenazi boyfriend.
Wait, they don't want no rebound pussy.
Have you seen how hot she is?
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck how hot she is. John, don't do it. Don't.
It's not rebound pussy. She's a real woman. She wants to free Palestine, and together we're gonna free the world.
John, just call me on the back end, dude. Like, if you're being serious right now. Like, okay, fuck that. I love you, John. You know I do.
I knew it. Lucifer has a thing for John, and he's trying to psyop John right now.
Stop trying to cock block him and let him shoot a shot.
Yeah, let me shoot my shot. I'm trying to get some John dick.
Somebody told me on my YouTube channel that I'm not funny.
Well, John, what does Penny think? Penny, is he funny? She's lying already to you, John. Don't fucking do it, bro. Unless you like a liar. Now, if you like a liar, which they could be very spicy and very, like, being with a liar, because it's very, you don't know what you're going to get, right? You never know. It's so inconsistent. It's so inconsistent, dog. And it is actually, it's fun. It's really fun. So, I really, what the hell? Make sure you guys just, like, videotape your escapades, your love. I think if you put it on the Congressman in Love on YouTube, I think that is television worthy. Baby, I can do anything. Okay? She's almost up singing song. Ain't this some shit?
Yeah, sing first, please.
Oh no, not right now.
No, come on.
It's too early in the evening. I don't sing. I only sing around angelical hours around 3 a.m. 3 to 6 a.m. That's when my wings come out, my fangs. But this has been, what book were you reading? Says come read a book for me.
No, I wanted someone to read for me, actually.
Did you get them to read for you?
Yeah, someone did.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got some Ruby for you, baby.
Oh yeah, John loves to read books.
Oh, I love poetry. Oh my god.
Okay, I got
Have you
it.
checked
Here we go.
Arabic poetry?
I got
It's so good.
I got a poem.
Okay, go ahead.
Hickory dock. No, not that one, not that one. There was an old lady who lived in a shoe. She had so many children, she didn't know what to do. I call bullshit.
There once was a woman from Thrace whose corset was too tight to lace. Her mother said there's something in your stomach that didn't come through your face.
Little Jackie Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. At least that's what those freaks told y'all. They went up on the hill to get busy. Jill came down.
Diane. I think you're getting confused with the stories, you know?
What? Jackie Jill?
There once was a boy named Carter. By golly, he was a farter. When the winds wouldn't blow and the ships wouldn't go,
plane hit the Pentagon? How many people in here believe that?
When the plane hit the Pentagon,
Yeah.
they showed they showed where it hit the building. That's what they said.
No plane fucking hit the Pentagon. That was not a fucking plane that hit the Pentagon. The fuck?
It was a missile. It was a missile.
Okay.
That's right, dude.
So plane, missiles, all the same shit.
No.
What's the
No,
difference?
it completely deconstructs the actual narrative for the American psyop that they have provided us here in the United States.
Exactly.
Wait,
John.
Stu, what do you mean? What do you say?
I thought it was the walls that they like built in the explosive.
That's in the World Trade Center. That was all done by actual Mossad and the American CIA. It was CIA operatives and Mossad.
So wait, the CIA and the Mossad are they tight? They cool this shit together?
Absolutely. They're one another.
They're inseparable.
This is why Jewish men, please don't have children with non-Jewish women, because then your children end up like Michael Bronstein. And they're very confused and they have a lot of internalized anti-Semitism. So
John?
that's your warning.
John.
Your kids.
John.
Oh, John's another patrilineal.
John.
I don't know the Wahhabis. It's all the Wahhabis' fault.
John, help me out here.
Well, the two patrilineals agree on it, I guess.
John. Fucking motherfucker. Now you don't want to talk, John. What the fuck?
Well, I'm good on Yali's good side right now. I don't want to upset her anymore. She's a very easily agitated young woman. I know she's for male castration, so I don't want to upset her.
Damn, she's from male castration.
Chemical castration.
Holy shit, bro.
No, I think I said male birth control.
Male birth.
Yeah, which would be
Like neutering.
no, so they would be given a dose of estrogen, and it would be a chemical quote unquote castration, but it's not a permanent one. It's sort of like women do now anyway. You add extra hormones to prevent pregnancies. Men can do the same, but John is horrified by this.
We add extra hormones to prevent pregnancy.
Yeah, that's what birth control is.
Well, it's extra hormones.
They've already for a long time been turning all of the men into fags. So what's a couple extra hormones gonna do?
You sound so sad when you say that, Issa.
No, I'm sick of fags. I hate fags.
I'm so sad when you're sad.
Yeah, that's the only thing that the God of Abraham and I have in common is we both hate fags.
You know something? That's not the only thing you have in common. Mm-hmm.
What?
We hate fags because they're always performing.
Like I hate fags?
Abraham hates fags.
Lucy, you try dating a fag and let me know.
Oh my God. What happened?
Michael dated a bunch of
Oh,
them.
they're awful.
How many fags have you dated?
Too many.
They're not awful. You're being
Wait, how do you know you're not projecting and it's a you problem?
He's just playing. He's just.
Oh, it's 150% a me problem too.
Well,
Because I'm also awful because I'm a fag.
See, that don't do self-hatred. That's what it is.
No, when I say all fags are awful, I'm including myself.
Right, but awful. But you know what?
This is not bigotry. It is just, observational.
But you know what? Issa, you're right, Issa. And I would like to say that I commend you on the. I owe you guys, all of you, the whole LGBTQ community. Everyone should get awards for performing arts. You guys are actually.
That's me.
You are drama queens. I fucking love it. This shit is hilarious. You will read a bitch in a minute and cry about it. And then stab a nigga later on that evening, in the same evening. I love it.
Lucifer, you live in the Washington, D.C. area, right?
Yeah.
So what's it like having DEA, FBI, and police rounding up all the criminals?
I knew it was I told you. I told everybody it was gonna happen. is how things would be. We've got the economy moving. We're about to move into a whole fucking another direction. Well, we got everybody queued. The psyops have been working, right? So killing is kind of like everybody kills somebody. It's no big deal, right? To kill a motherfucker, steal an apple, maybe your whole head get chopped off. It's all good. So now,
I mean, what's your name on the PSN? Yeah, I'm typing it in. If you want to calculate tangible book value, what do you do? I don't know. You have to remove from the stockholders.
Same, right? And they have gone on to procreate with more blacks, such that they might have darker skin than white people, and white people go on to procreate with whites and keep their lighter skin. And it's still, there's going to be two families that are going to converge.
And of course, I'm just speaking from an individualistic point of view. I want to make it home at the end of the night. I'm not arguing with the police. You dig? Take the ID, do the background check if you have to, and let me go on about my way. I'm not going to stand there and start quoting the amendments and all this other nonsense because I want to go home. Y'all, whatever y'all want to do with your encounters with the police, that's cool. And then if you get your wagon knocked the fuck off because you've encountered a cop with a bad attitude, or he's racist, or he doesn't give an F about you reciting your rights, then don't call on me to be mammying and windmilling and marching in the streets because, oh, another black man or a black woman statistic, and then we see the police body cam, and y'all are combative and argumentative when all you had to do was just hand over your ID. It's not about being defeatist. It's not about being bound down. And let's really get to the nitty and the gritty. Elect better political officials. You want police reform, elect better politicians, and demand tangibles. Demand police reform. We vote blue no matter who in these liberal, urban, big cities, and it's your politicians that you vote for that enable these police. Elect better politicians. These politicians don't give a fuck about us. They protect the cops, right? We see what happens if one of us gets shot or beat in the street. What happens? They barely get convictions. They barely serve time in jail. It all goes back up to the top. So never mind what black people are supposed to do. Hold your politicians accountable. How about that?
So sometimes, and I agree with comply, but sometimes it can go further than you just complying. So if you are obeying all the laws and a policeman pull you over, you have the right to ask, why am I being pulled over? You're right, I agree. That can often, and I've seen it, turn into something else. I'll tell you in a minute. License and registration. You hand them the license and registration, and you're still asking, oh, okay, well, why did you stop me, officer? Did I do something? I'll tell you in a minute. That right there what is the harm in the officer saying, I pulled you over because you blew the stop sign? Or, and then it goes further. Do you mind stepping out of the car? Why am I stepping out? Now, you're saying comply. But at some point, there's a violation to where you haven't told me why I'm being stopped. Then you're asking me to get out of my vehicle. Now I am feeling threatened for my safety because this can go left really fast. You haven't even announced what the offense is. And so I've seen this over and over and over again, even under someone who has handed the license. And it's basically, to me, it just seems like a slave patrol to where now I have to tell you, oh, well, where are you headed? Where are you coming from? If I got a damn ticket, give me the ticket. Don't ask me where am I coming from, where am I going? What business is it of yours if I did a violation, a traffic violation? And that's where I understand a brother saying, do you give away your rights? Or basically what he said.
I want to give an example. I was arrested, right? I was arrested one day. I had some illegal shit in my car, right? And the police, confiscated the illegal stuff that I had in my car. So when I got to the judge, my lawyer, right? Now they allegedly pulled me over for a traffic stop. These are narcotics undercover investigation. Like, there can be no further. There's no search and seizures. There's none of that, right? A traffic violation is a traffic violation. That is it. You cannot go further. You can't say I smell weed. I can't do none of that shit. If you pull me over for a taillight, illegal turn, whatever the traffic violation is, that is it. And I walked away scot-free by getting caught with 106 fraudulent credit cards in my car. Scot-free, I walked away because they violated my right for searches and seizures.
Thank you, Doug. Hold on, I think Mike Allen was trying to jump in there.
Do you thank him? He had 106 stolen credit cards in his car. What the fuck?
Wait, hold on. I'm thanking him for his submission. Y'all can't be this low.
Hold on, they were not stolen.
That makes it better. They weren't stolen. They were fake. That makes it so much better.
They were fraudulent. That's it. They were fraudulent.
That's so much better.
They're not stolen, but they were not stolen.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. That makes it so much less criminal.
So 100% less criminal.
It doesn't make it less criminal, but there are elements to a crime you're being charged. If you charge me with murder, you have to prove intent. If you charge me with stealing, you have to hold on. If you charge me with stealing, you have to prove that I stole it. So it's not stolen. It's not stolen.
And y'all are missing.
So why were there 106 fraudulent credit cards in your car?
That was my business why. That's my business why. I was giving the account about what the law entails as far as traffic violations and police stopping people, but you're so much derailed on y'all just really.
Listen, the black kid said he wasn't criminalized and didn't go to jail. Some of y'all should be happy about this. He beat the dog.
Yay! The criminal got away. Yay.
Okay? So we're not gonna interrogate him over his credit cards. If y'all wanna know him,
I didn't get away because I wasn't committing a crime. The police violated my rights, and the judge, according to my lawyer, right, saw that my rights were violated, and I walked away scot-free.
You weren't committing a crime with the 106 fraudulent credit cards?
Okay, watch this. Let's just say it wasn't a credit card. Let's say if it was a gun in my car, right? A gun that was purchased legally but wasn't legally registered, right? Let's say it was purchased legally, was legally registered, and I got pulled over with that gun. They still violated my rights, and I would have walked away scot-free.
There it is, people. The through line of the conversation tonight. His rights were violated. He walked away. The system worked. Go ahead, Micah.
It did not work. He had fraudulent credit cards. Jesus Christ. He failed us.
Bella, the judge said his rights were violated.
And he's free. So move along. Right after he violated the law. Yes.
But the judge said.
I hear you. I know. I get the technicality. He should have still gone to jail.
What crime did I commit by having forges?
We're not. You had fraudulent cards. That was the crime. We're gonna move on. Okay. Let's go to Mike Allen. Go ahead.
Yes, I'll be quick here. I think that, first of all, Thug, I'll just address you real quick. I don't know if you heard about the recent story where the lady was pulled over for a traffic violation, and she was going all crazy, and they found 2 dead kids wrapped in garbage bags in her trunk.
I heard that one.
So they pulled her over, and then for a traffic violation, and then they're finding dead children in her trunk. Are you saying like, they're really loving the traffic stop?
No, she wasn't going crazy. She did not go crazy. She was acting evasive, but she wasn't going crazy.
Hold on. I think she was past crazy. I think she was past crazy. I think the bitch killed 2. They said the bitch killed 2 kids. She was beyond crazy.
Let me explain the law. Let me explain.
Wait. One mic on truth. What I'm saying on truth.
Thank you. What I'm saying is the way he made it like that she was going, like acting like a lunatic when they pulled her over. She wasn't. She was very calm. She acted like she was trying to portray herself as being normal, but something was off. That's all I meant when he said she was going crazy. She was acting crazy. She wasn't.
Okay, so here is the law to that, right? Since you said, what am I supposed to think about her having 2 dead children in the trunk? So there, search and seizures couples with a reasonable suspicion. See, there here is where the law becomes particular. If the police have a reasonable suspicion to detain you, then they can search your vehicle. Now, that reasonable suspicion may have been something that triggered them to say, ma'am, step out of your vehicle. Right? They have to explain that. All of this goes to court, right? Court, lawyers, prosecutors, they all have to explain the case and say why they searched this woman's vehicle. So when I went to, like, in my instance, when I went to court and they explained why they searched the vehicle, they had no probable cause. So now when they go to the court and they explain this woman been finding two babies in the car, they have to explain what their probable cause was. And the probable cause found those babies in that seat, thank God, and they had a decent burial. And I'm done speaking.
Okay.
And just really quick,
So,
because
hold
I
on,
think
E, just wait,
everybody.
I wanna see if Mike Allen had a chance to land, and then we'll go to you, E. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, no, I only got one sentence. I mean, look, I was mentioning Doug's thing. Look, if you get pulled over, whatever, okay with that. So Trap's not up here anymore, but I think Trap made a good point when we're talking about lowering the probability of something bad happening. Nothing good is going to come of not complying. It's always going to end bad for the person other than the cops. And what I think is not getting mentioned here is, look, if the cop asks you to identify yourself and you say no, the only people that say no are people that have shit to hide. If a cop's gonna search my car at any point in time, they're gonna waste their fucking time. Go ahead, cop. You're about to waste fucking 20 minutes searching my fucking car, you dumb fuck. Go ahead. You wanna fucking run my ID? Go ahead. The only people that don't do that shit, and you know what it always ends up happening? They have warrants. They have other shit going on, and they don't want to be found out. They have a suspended license. They shouldn't be driving in the first place. There's no reason other than you're trying to hide something when you say no to a police officer for anything. And I'll land right here with this. My next door neighbor's a cop. Now, he used to do he's older, so he does forensic accounting stuff, so he's got a desk job. But he used to be a patrol guy, whatever. He told me this. He goes, the two most dangerous calls a cop can respond to are domestic violence, because everyone at the domestic disturbance is in a bad mood, and none of them want the cop to be there. And the second most dangerous one is traffic stops. When that cop walks up to your car, they are walking in blind. They have no fucking clue what is about to happen to them. And you got to think about that for a second. Imagine if you let some guy, like, say you get a minor fender bender, and you get out of your car to check your damage, and the other guy doesn't want to get out of his car. So you got to, like, walk up to his window. To be like, hey, man, we got to exchange information. You know how fucking, like, terrifying that would kind of be? You're like, yo, who the fuck is this guy? And by the way, the lady that mentioned that, I will say this to you. Every video I've ever seen, the first thing the cop says is, do you know why I stopped you? And they explain to them, I stopped you for this. Every time. That's like protocol. Do you know why I stopped you? You ran a stop sign. You have a tail light out. You were speeding. You were this. They tell you, now I need your license registration. The reason they need a license registration is to make sure they're willing or capable of driving a car with other people being on the road with them. So, like, not complying with the police officer is the worst decision you could possibly make. They don't want to be there just as much as you don't want to be there. They don't just pull people over for the fuck of it. They pull people over for a reason, and they want to see who it is. Bam. Here you go, cop. Bam. Bye. You're wasting your fucking time dealing with me. Sorry I sped. Give me my ticket. Most of the time when you're nice to them, they let you off with a warning.
Thanks, Sean. Can I speak, can I speak to what he's saying?
Really quickly, Truth, I was next in the queue. I do want to hear what you got to say. I just wanted to respond really quick. I do feel like mostly everybody missed what Doug's whole point was. It had nothing to do with whatever he had going on at that point in his life, why he had those credit cards, but it did have to do with the reason it got dismissed is because there is a due process to things and there is a proper protocol that's supposed to be followed. So there's one thing, like, I can't speak to whether he's right or wrong for what his situation was, but I can speak to the fact that I absolutely agree with it getting dismissed if the evidence was wrongfully obtained. There's all types of things that people do that the cops swear an oath to literally uphold justice, which means that when they go, I would have no issue with compliance. And I don't have an issue with compliance, which I've said multiple times. What I don't think is that people should absolutely have to comply when it's not appropriate. You should not just have to get your property searched or seized. You should not have to speak. And there's all types of reasons why rights probably one of your most important rights because anything you say can and will be used against you. Something like 10 to 15% of people who are actually convicted of criminal cases actually were not even guilty in the first place. They just take plea deals because they're scared of what's going to happen if it does go to trial and they're wrongfully accused. So whether they're guilty or not, you got people who take plea deals all the time, and it's absolutely in their best interest to exercise their rights. And in fact, if you have an attorney, that's the whole purpose of an attorney's job is for you to exercise, to help you exercise your rights to the fullest extent. And they're going to tell you all of those same things. They're going to tell you don't answer any questions. They're going to tell you that, generally be compliant, but, if it's not in your best interest, don't. In that same regard, yes, you should be. You should, be generally compliant with police officers. But at the same time, yeah, you do have rights. So no, I don't think that. And to your point, Mike, when you're saying, do you understand how scary their job is? It seems like they don't understand how scary their job is because you know what? As a police officer, that's what you sign up for. You're dealing with crime. You're dealing with all types of shit. If that doesn't give you a right to violate people's rights any more than if I sign up to go to Afghanistan, I don't get to go shoot civilians just because I'm scared that what if they got a bomb strapped to their chest? That's what you sign up for. You sign up for a very specific job, a difficult job that you have to be properly equipped for. And if you're not properly equipped for it, that doesn't mean that you get to break protocol, violate citizens' rights because you're scared. So I just don't think that that's a logical argument.
Thank you, E. Hold on, Truth, I know you wanted to go after Truth. We're gonna, pass the mic around to some of the new speakers. Frank B's on the stage if he wants to speak. Welcome Gildas to the stage. Black Girl, Concrete is back. So go.
So basically, I was gonna say the same thing he was saying. I don't know what videos Mike has been watching, but the videos that I have seen and the life experience that I have, they don't always ask you, do you know why I stopped you? They come up, license and registration. Yeah, license and registration. So I guess it depends on what channel or station you're tuned into. The other thing is, you asked, well, why wouldn't I want someone, why wouldn't I just let them search or whatever, comply? Because I don't have to, is my answer. Even if I'm doing nothing, I don't have to agree for them to search. I don't have to step out my vehicle. I don't have to, if I'm in the passenger side, present an ID. For what? I am the passenger. You stop the driver. It's just a total violation. And then it just opens the door for them to, I watched one video that initially the guy said, well, I stopped you for this. Did you know this? And the young lady said, well, no, I wasn't aware. Okay, can you step out? He gave her 4 different reasons why he stopped her after the first reason. And then when the other police officer showed up, he lied, outright lied. And so I think, like the brother said, pleading the fifth, you don't have to answer, but then we've seen it where, they're being uncooperative. I have the right not to cooperate with their line of questioning. I have the right to exercise my right not to speak at all.
pulled you over. Your plates on your car is accurate. Ask you for your license, registration is accurate. But for some odd reason, I want to say I smoke weed in your car. I know you ain't smoking no weed. You still gonna get out the car and feel like you, you this is due process, or I'm actually policing the situation as an officer. No. And the thing that it seems like, when I just hear you speak, and I guess you have your own opinion, depending on where you're from, where you are. But for most of us, it's not the same reality. And when I hear people like, I won't say people like you, but when I hear the statements that you make, it helps me understand that you don't don't either understand the reality that we're speaking from, or you don't care. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Frank B. Um, the stage is open. I think we'll go popcorn style. I don't have a cue, but please don't speak over each other. And so, yeah, popcorn style. Whoever wants to take the mic next.
New York, I forgot to say one thing, if I just wanted to.
Yeah, go ahead, True.
Thank you, it slipped my mind at first. I was riding through Virginia, a town in Virginia, and I got pulled over, on this road. And I complied, I pulled on over once the car got behind me. When he came to my window and I asked him, why did I get pulled over? He said the reason, he asked for license and registration, I handed it to him. I still had my Illinois license at the time, and my vehicle was still registered to Illinois. This fool, skinhead, said to me, the reason why he pulled me over was because I fit the description of the registered owner of the vehicle. I will never forget it. I said, excuse me? He said, the reason why I pulled you over is because you fit the description of the registered owner of the vehicle. I said, give me your badge and your name. I said, this is nothing but profiling. I was going through a white town. He saw a black person coming down the road. I saw him park, and he got behind me. This is the stuff that we're trying to talk, that we're explaining to people. You can comply all you want, but when someone is profiling you, they will make up stupid reasons to say that they want your information. Anyway, I deal with that. That's all I'm saying.
No, and on that note, and I'm glad you brought that up, and what I'm about to say is in no way to minimize that experience and that share, but that example highlights why, for me personally, that type of cop encounter, and I'm not suggesting you did this, Drew, but for me, if I had that type of cop encounter, and I recognize I'm being racially profiled by a very problematic and seemingly racist cop, I'm going to do everything I can to make this encounter as short as possible. I'm not going to argue with him. I'm not going to debate laws. Run my plates, run my ID, and let me go the fuck home. If possible. You did?
Well, exactly. And I said,
Really quick.
hold on. I said the reason why I fit the description of the registered owner is because I am the registered owner. And he just looked at me and he handed me back my shit and he got in his car and I pulled off. It made no sense.
And Rod, real quick, I just want to say, well, from a general perspective, like a pragmatic perspective, I do agree. Like, if I was in fear for my life, I'm going to prioritize my life over my rights, you know? But at the same time, I do want to just make an important psychological point that pertains to positive reinforcement. When a cop is violating your rights and you allow them to continue to do that, you are positively reinforcing that. So you don't know that that's necessarily going to protect you by complying. Sometimes the only thing that is actually stopping a cop from continuing to do something that could be harmful to you is the fact that now he's like, I've encountered somebody who does know their rights, and this happens all the time, where a cop is not able to manipulate somebody because then you say, okay, no, I know it's my First Amendment right to record. I know it's my Fourth Amendment right not to be searched. I know it's my Fifth Amendment right not to have to answer any of your questions. So sometimes that actually is the case because, you know, at the end of the day, cops don't want to go to jail too. They don't want to lose their jobs. They don't want to get suspended, you know, and sometimes the only people who really are going to hold them accountable is people who do know their rights or people who do have a lawyer or people see that you're the type of citizen who is not going to let them violate their rights, that might be the only thing that actually does hold them accountable. So while I do think that sometimes compliance could very much so save your life in a certain situation like that, it also could be the positive reinforcement that you're providing to them to violate your rights, because essentially by definition you are reinforcing that behavior of them violating your rights, and I think that could be problematic.
I agree. Thank you for that.
Well, I've been pulled over before because I have lemon.
Wait, we didn't hear you. You went out. You've been pulled over because why?
Her tip was too dark. She
Hold
said
on.
little tip.
Why every time I ask her stuff, she don't respond?
She said little tip. Her tip was too dark.
Thank you, white man, for answering. Go ahead, Mike.
So I wanted to respond to a couple of things people said. I mean, first of all, truth. Yeah, that was fucked up that why that cop pulled you over. But I will say this: if a cop pulled me over and they're like, "Hey, you fit the description of the person that owns this car," I'd be like, "Yeah, sweet, your system works." And even you said he fucking looked like an idiot, handed you your shit back, and you were on your way. Yeah, I mean, that's a dumbass cop. I'd be like, "Yeah, sweet, dude." So yeah, just the description I look. Did he do it because you're black? I don't know. Did he do it because people have been going in there and stealing shit, white or black? It doesn't matter. He's like, fuck. Now I need to make sure that nothing's going in there getting stolen by either a white plumber or a black plumber. So now he's asking the questions. And your take is, well, he's profiling me because I'm black. I just would have been like, no, no one knows I'm going in here. And then I would have walked in there because I'm allowed to go in there and just moved on with my day. I think that this, is, I get what you guys are saying, right? I'm not saying that racial profiling doesn't exist. People pull people over. Cops are fishing for shit, right? They got quotas and da da da, blah blah. They pull people over in a bad neighborhood, hoping they're going to find drugs. They don't need a reason. They're just making up a reason to pull them over just so they can get a hold of them and start looking through their car. I get it. This shit happens. I think all NY was saying, or I'm not going to talk for NY, but what Seneca earlier was saying was that in trap too. I think trap made the best point. Trap is like you lower the probability of something bad happening. They just lower the probability. There's no reason, right? It's never going to end good ever because all they're gonna do is be like, oh fuck, they're gonna raid him, be like, oh, I'm getting a hard time with this motherfucker. Next thing you know, you got fucking 5 cops there. Just be like, dude, whatever, man. You want to, and I think Frank P. You're like, oh, they tell you to get out of the car and hop on one leg and bark at your dog. I would look at the guy and be like, that's fucking dumb. And then I'd get out of the car and I'd hop on one fucking leg and I'd bark like a fucking dog. And then I'd be like, dude, you're a fucking idiot. Now that's never gonna happen. No cop's gonna do that. But dude, what? No, like saying no is never going to be a good idea, ever. And that's all that I think we're pointing out.
So really quick, Mark Allen, just to your point, I think it clarifies it for everybody exactly what you're saying. You said you would literally get out of the car, stand on one leg, and bark like a dog. To me, what that just strikes me as, and I don't mean this as any insult, I just mean definitionally, this without being as insulting as possible, that strikes me as a cowardice move. And I don't think that you can use your cowardice to justify a moral standard. So just because you would, like, I think it was really funny, Randy in the chat said, if a cop pulls out his dick, you better suck it from the back. That's the rules. Just because you're willing to comply with pretty much anything that somebody tells you because you're scared for your life does not necessarily mean that that is a justified principle to follow or a standard that everybody else wants to follow. Either is wrong and is much better rather than having tyrannical police force that can arbitrarily enforce their will to operate on the standards of why we have rights in the first place and what's supposed to make America what it is to begin with. So I don't think that you can use you might be willing to do that. You might be willing to get on your knees and do whatever he says to do. And like you literally said, you'll stand on one leg and bark like a dog. Sorry, I'm not doing that.
Wow, really, bro?
But I'm just, I mean, that's what you said. I'm just enduring.
No, it was great.
Hold on. You first respond, let him land, like, hold on.
But the only thing I'm saying is that just because you're saying that and just because that's what you would do doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right thing to do. It doesn't justify a moral standard. And honestly, while it might in the short term, maybe you get what you want, maybe it will save your life, it actually has a more negative effect long term for everybody else because if we set a standard that we're going to comply with police no matter what, under any circumstances, nothing positive ever happens. That's the whole basis. What if people just complied with slavery? Then how is it ever going to get overturned? What if there was no civil war? Simply compliance is not always a positive way of seeing the change that you're going to want to see. So yes, to some extent, I'm not always going to go for what's most short-term and immediately going to benefit me in that moment. Sometimes I'm going to look at like, man, I wish there was more people who could make a change so that way we don't have to have our rights violated because that's what we got for in the first place. So that's where I'll.
Mike, before you respond, I was reading some comments in the chat, and listen, I'm gonna pray. I'm gonna pray that none of us, black, white, male, female, gay, straight, trans, doesn't matter, that none of us ever during a traffic stop have to suck cock, and gargle on cock cum. Because some of y'all in the chat said you would suck cock and drink cum if it meant a life or death.
Mike Allen, to your point about the cowardice, I'm not referring to the cowardice of the particular event, the particular example of standing on one leg and barking like a dog. I think where the cowardice comes in is the unconditional compliance, regardless of whether it's morally justified, and the unwillingness to be able to stand up for your own rights. And MG, the only reason I'm passionate, I could just be very quick with an anecdotal example, is, for example, I'll just be personal. As a kid, I was abused pretty badly by both my mother and my father, and a lot of times I did comply with it, and it wasn't until I became about 13, 14 years old when I did start leaving and doing my own thing and actually did stand up for myself that the abuse actually stopped. So from my experience is that if you continue to enable abuse by positively reinforcing it, it's only going to get worse and worse and worse, and it's not going to stop the moment until the moment that you actually decide that you're going to stand up against it. And I think it's the same way with police reform, and I think that's exactly what, the message of people like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X all in there.
Can I get back in the queue, please? This is Bella. Can I get back in the queue, please?
Hold on. We're gonna go Frank B, then Bella, then Truth, and then Mike. Go ahead, Frank.
All right, thank you. Let me explain myself a little bit better. I believe most of us who are in unison saying that police, the racial profiling is real, look at it from this perspective. Not all cops are bad. That's one thing. Let me get that out there straight. What I'm saying is this. If you were to take a real statistic from that side of the law, the policeman side of the law, and you looked at the individual policemen that went from how they pull people, the people that they pull, being race, and then when you dig into some of these police officers, what they call it, their history as being a cop, you seem to notice that most of them, it gets more egregious. It's pulling over the cars. Next thing you know, it's the assault on the person they pulling out the car. Then next thing you know, somebody's getting shot. Case in point, Laquan Smith, Chicago, I think it was 2016. The kid was high as hell, no doubt about it. The police walked the cycle in their car. They traveled with this kid as he was walking down the street for about a half a block. And if anybody was in the city, how big a half a block of the city is. The kid, when the police officers pulled over in front of him, he walked slightly away from the cop's car. The police officer got out of his car and shot this kid 16 times and said that he feared for his life. When they went back through that police officer's jacket, they noticed the same things I'm speaking about. Those are the policemen, and these are the reforms that need to be taken heed and taken care of immediately. These are the things I'm talking about. I'm not saying every cop that pulls you over, asks you for your registration, whatever else is going to turn into some old freak show. But there are certain cops, and when they get to that point, they don't get penalized. I had a cop tell me in another room about 2 weeks ago. They think about this right here. They have something called pushing the line. That terminology comes from gang talk. And when we asked him, well, what do you do as a good cop as opposed to pointing out the bad cops? And I have to fear for my life. Cops they have too much power. They have too much power.
Thank you, Frank. Wait, no. Oh, hold on, Mike. I know you want to respond.
E. It's in like 10 seconds.
Okay, 10 seconds. Go ahead.
E, first of all, I want to say I'm sorry that happened to you, brother. It breaks my heart. And I know you're responding to MG, but the first part when you responded to what I was saying is actually a fair point. It was a fair point. I couldn't argue with any of that, what you said, and I'm sorry that happened to you. It's fucking awful.
Thank you, Mike. Bella, go ahead, Bella.
It actually just got touched on, but I just wanted to touch on it again. In general, when you look Philadelphia, and they're not. In general, they are the good people who are trying to keep us all safe and happy and living about our lives in an orderly fashion. So I just wanted to ask if we could all please remember that.
I can understand where you're coming from, Ruth.
Truth is next, hold on, truth is next, and then you got it, Eagle. So I gave an example, to when the brother was saying that, taking it outside the police car, the car. And I don't know how many people of you all seen this, but there was, I think it was on, Reel, but there was a shop owner, black shop owner, who was in his shop after hours, him and an employee, working on some things. Some white person called the police to say there were black people inside of a shop and the store should be closed around this time. Police showed up, knocked on the door. You could see the people inside the shop. It was a glass shop. Showed up. The shop owner came to the door, asked how could he help. The officer asked, what was he doing in there late? He says, well, we're doing some business. And he asked him, he said, are do you know the owner? He said, do you know the owner? Because it's a black man. He said, yes. He said, you do? What's the owner? He said, I'm the owner. He said, oh, you're the owner? Two white cops. And he said, yes, I'm the owner. He was like, well, can I see some ID? He was like, why? I'm inside my shop. He said, well, show us that you're the owner. Do you have the keys to the shop? So the store owner puts the keys in the shop. He's like, yes, I have the keys. He was like, well, we just need to see some ID. He said, why? I'm inside my shop. I told you I'm the owner. I have the key. Basically, it wasn't until a white man down the street at another shop happened to come out and tell the two white officers that, hey, that's his shop. Oh, it's his shop? Yeah, that's his shop, man. Leave him alone. The white cops immediately respected the other white man and said, oh, sir, we're sorry. They didn't ask the white man for his ID. They didn't ask him, was he the owner of the shop down the street? They just, and that's a profile right there. And I just wanted to give that example that it doesn't just exist in patrol car. It exists on the street, and we see it all the time. So we need to stop being so naive that, all these cops are here just to protect and the safety of the children. Yeah, some of them, but it's not no damn 90%. I can tell you that. And I
would ask,
go ahead, Bella.
yeah. Like so you just claimed, you gave this, like, my mom told me this story about this guy once that was a shop owner that this happened to him by the cops. Do you have any receipts? Do you have a news report? Do you have a police report? Do you have anything to show receipts of what you just said? Or are you just trying to fuel the fire with bullshit?
Do you have receipts about your 90%?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well,
I do. Yeah. I mean, that's what fucking CNN said you could have them.
Yeah, okay, you have.
CNN.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's
okay.
Hold on, sir. You're gonna get your chance, and I value your submissions often, but let me deal with this. I didn't say my mom did anything. I didn't say she
No,
did anything.
but that's what you just gave a huge story.
I didn't say my mom.
You just gave a huge story. Do you have receipts? What city? What town? Where's the police reports?
First of all, Karen, I don't have to justify shit to you. I don't have
Of
to
course you don't. Because you want to make it up for a reason not to get out of your car and comply with the police.
Shut the hell up, because I don't have to listen to you and I don't have to prove anything. And that's the problem. White folks always want a black person to prove. Everywhere we go, you see what she has, do I have a receipt? That's the very reason why when a motherfucker in the store and I get gas and he just act like, I say, no, give me a receipt, because the white man out here gonna ask me did I pay for my gas. Even
Bullshit.
though
You guys asked for more receipts than we ever do. So bullshit.
First of all, you damn right we ask for receipts. Do you know why?
Exactly. So I'm not allowed to ask for receipts.
Do you know why? Do you know why a black person asks for a receipt?
Do you know why anyone asks for receipts?
Tell me why do black, you said you guys ask for receipts more than anybody. Tell me why.
I don't know why you asked for it. Everybody has the right to a receipt. Says any accountant.
Shut up.
Hold on, Drew. Hold on, Bella.
the answer for that, so you tell me.
No, I didn't say that. See how you hear what you trying to switch words around? You're crafty, but you're not.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
you
okay.
got crafty enough for me. So when you said black people ask for receipts, you guys more than anybody, I said we do. And then I asked you, do you know
You
why?
said we do, and no, I don't know why. I agree with you. I said that you agreed, but
Yeah.
I don't know why. So you clearly know why. So can you please explain to me why?
Bella, in truth, I think we should move on. I don't feel
Okay.
like this is.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Oh, of course it is. Go ahead, shield her, shield.
Hold on, Bella. I agree we should move on, but when Bella says you guys ask for receipts more than anybody, she makes the submission as if she understands why. So I too was waiting for her to explain from her perspective, why do black people ask for receipts more than anybody? You're the one that made the claim, Bella, and then said, I don't know.
Well, no, Truth was ready to explain it to me with all respect. I mean, I know you have a green bean, but you're not like the expert on this. So,
Hold on. Bella, hold on. You're right, I'm not an expert, green bean or no green bean. You made the submission, and now we're asking you to explain from your perspective, because you stated it. Don't be a smartass with me, miss. You're the one that stated black people ask for receipts more than anybody, as if you understand why. If you don't understand why did you say we ask for receipts more than anybody? How would you know that?
I don't understand why you ask for receipts more than anybody, but I do know that you do ask for receipts more than anybody. So there's a difference
Why
there.
do you think that?
There's a difference there. Because I've been asked for receipts. The first thing that she asked me for was where is the receipt?
Okay, let's move on.
Like that is the reason why.
She can't answer the question. She just wants to be.
What are you talking about? No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I'm so sorry, Truth, but shut the fuck up. Like literally, you're just okay. You're right. You're so right. Every white woman is a liar. You're right. We're all out to get
It's not every white
Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me ask you something.
You got a white woman in here.
Hold on.
You got a white woman here on this panel that literally called you a racist, fella. So you gotta step down here.
I'm not stepping down for shit, Jess. You
No.
did sell my house. You're the racist white bitch.
White girl mom? Yeah, not the white girl mom.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is Jess, the white girl mom. Yep.
You guys calm down. Crazy, nasty. What's going on? Okay, I'm muting because the white girl mob is attacking the stage. Listen, all voices are welcome here. Black, white, male, female. Bella, I'm not giving you shit, and not at all. You're welcome to speak. I welcome your voice. But the thing about it is, you make the submission. Truth asks, why do you think, since you seemingly are aware that black people ask for receipts more than everybody else, from your perspective, why do you think that is? And you said, I don't know. I think that was a great opportunity for you at least to just do a little bit of critical thinking for this conversation and just take a guesstimation. But you refuse to do that. And then here comes Jess talking about stand down as if Bella's under attack. She's a grown woman. We just asked her a simple question. So, white girl mom, stand down. Bella doesn't want to engage. We'll give the mic back to Truth. And then Jess, since you have a lot to say, you can go after Truth.
If you don't mind, I did want to just chime in really. Is that
Fuck
okay?
you, E.
So for that very reason, she asked me, do I have receipts? I turned around and I asked her, she said yes. Then I said, why do I have to justify anything to you? Why do I have to show receipts? She gave an answer because she didn't believe me. And that's why black people have receipts. They ask for them because when we go to purchase something, if we don't get a receipt, we're accused of lying that we made the purchase in the first place. And some have even been strung up and hung for stealing. Some have had their hands locked up for stealing because they didn't get a fucking receipt. So when you ask a black person to show your white self receipts, it's an offense, first of all. submission. Obviously, someone who's new to Earth will not believe any of the facts of the history that has happened to people of color, and so it's no, they're not going to believe it because it didn't affect their lily whiteness.
Now, Bella, no one interrupt Bella. Bella, go ahead. Please, everyone keep their submissions under 2 minutes. Go.
I'll happily keep this under 2 minutes. It was very simple. I asked for a simple question of where this entire scenario happened, what city, so that I could look things up. She doesn't want to give any of that sort of information, and then she wants to claim that it's my fault because I'm white and that I'm asking for information to verify what she's talking about, the black shop owner versus the white shop owner with the entire police interaction. What I'm saying is, and this is the reason that I started this conversation, was we've got to believe in the fact that in general, whether you're white, black, Mexican, whatever race you are, that the people who are out there, who are in the cop cars, are fighting for the better society and that they're looking out for you. And if you don't feel like that, and you're going to be combative, then yes, that's how these crazy things happen. Whether it's the woman getting dragged out of the car, like I don't want to see any of it. I don't want to see any of it. But these tales, talking about these tales of stories from 20 years ago, don't do us any good. Like, can we talk about today? Can we talk about now? If you're going to bring up an incident, talk about what's going on today in our society. Don't bring up some bullshit about history to try and justify your point with absolutely no facts behind it. Please, that's all I'm asking.
Truth, let me ask you a question really quick before we go to Jess. When you shared this story, did you tell us the city town that this incident took place in?
No, I was just relating it to what the brother had shared about it's not his submission that it's not just profiling in the streets, it's profiling other places, and I was relating it to the reels that I had seen that someone had posted about this encounter.
Now,
And it,
so Bella's peace of mind, can you tell us, do you recall where this incident took place so she can go look up the police?
no, I don't, but I was gonna go back and see if I could search it out, but for real, I want her to have unrest. I don't ever want her to have no peace of mind.
Jesus. Okay,
Wow.
okay, so let's go to Jess, because Jess came up to the stage with smoke. Jess, do you have something to imagine that?
I'm thoroughly enjoying the comments with everybody, just yielding to the mic. Love y'all. Yeah.
I did just want to say real quick.
Yeah,
I was waiting. Appreciate you. I was waiting for a little bit. Bella, throughout the conversation, I'm gonna do my best to try to one, be on track with what we were talking about, and two, be as fair to you as possible. But I do just want to say that you have made quite a lot of comments. You made a comment that black people ask for receipts more than anybody, which then you proceeded to say that you don't understand why. You also said that.
Wait, and didn't even try to understand why.
insulting. I'm just trying to keep it real with you. But at the same time, it doesn't seem like you're logically evaluating what you're actually even saying in terms of them having positive intent. No, you can't make that assumption that these people have positive intent. You're not in their psychology, and we've had too many examples of where that's not the case. In order for you to, for you to even be able to make that assessment. So what are you really basing it off?
I can get in right quick. It won't take but a second to add on to what he just said to Ms. Bell. I just pulled it up. It happened August 25th, uh, August 25th, 2020. Store proprietor Gilman Khalif, his wife and business partner at 1 o'clock a.m. This is the story the lady was telling you about. That's your receipt. If you said not something of 20 years ago, well, there's a bridge between 20 years ago and now. Lumberton, North Carolina, they had to shut down a whole police station because they were involved with drug trafficking, prostitution, along with profiling and racism, and the police officers, majority of them were soldiers of white supremacy.
Frank B, did you land, Frank B? Because you're still, I want to make sure you land. Or are you still speaking? Oh, you landed? Okay, thank you, sir. Hold on, Mike. Bella, did you hear the receipts?
I did. I'm really confused about the last one. What police station was shut down for being white supremacists in 2020?
No. The height of it became, and y'all remember when Michael Jordan's mom was killed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody remembers that?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. They went into a further investigation of the police station because he got killed right down the street on Highway 95 from that police station. I'm just trying to, when she spoke about, she don't want to hear something about 20 years ago. I'm just saying there's a bridge between that past and this present. Because when they went into further investigation of that Lumberton police department, they were drug trafficking. They had set up prostitution. What's the name? Right down the street, or right across from the department. And many of the so-called police officers were soldiers of white supremacy. And then I later went back to what the lady was talking about, the business owner at 1 o'clock in the morning. CBS News, I pulled it up on Google. And it's true. Those are your receipts. All you gotta do is look up black store owner, question black police, and it will come up.
And I put it in the chat, and there was a settlement made by the city to the business owner. So, there are your receipts.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Let me just say this, and I'm gonna shut up for real. Ms. Bella, the term "let us see the receipts," believe it or not, that term was basically brought about for us to hold each other accountable for the shit we say, meaning us black folks. So sometimes when you speaking on stuff, understand where it come from before you just say we throwing it out there just to be throwing it out there, because we do hold each other accountable for the shit that we say.
And the original term was because you had to have your receipt in a store where you would be accused of stealing an item. Thank you, Frank. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the history lesson. I greatly appreciate it.
She just blew us off.
Yeah,
I mean,
people reveal themselves with what they say without revealing themselves.
That's totally
Bella, sis, with love, we see you, sis. Wink, wink, we see you.
totally fine.
You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
Yes, you are. You hated me before I even started speaking, so it doesn't even matter.
Girl, why would I hate you? Wait. Here we go. Victimizing yourself. Wait, why, Bella, I don't know you. Why would I hate you? Michael, on you, please. Tell the stage why would I hate you, and I don't know you. I think I've been nothing
Because
but
I'm asking
respectful and kind to you on this stage tonight.
legitimate questions and supporting the police department. I'm already hated. It doesn't even matter.
There are times on this stage tonight that we should listen to the police, because I too have respect for the police. So I want you to
was saying, just to the title, is racial profile real? Hell yeah, on crib. Like, I be banging. Like, a nigga said earlier some shit about gang banging, which I don't really necessarily think is true, but on some real shit, like, a nigga could be posted on the block, you feel me, sagging, and a nigga get pulled over, cops start frisking him, all types of shit. Like, you got white folks, you feel me, you in the grocery store minding your business, they following you. So, I mean, to act like racial profiling don't exist, that's crazy on crib. Like, that's really all I gotta say.
Bella, don't take shots in the chat. You're welcome to come. You're welcome to come back up and speak your piece. But when you come back up, you're gonna have to explain to me. Hold on, Mike. Why I hate white women. That's what I'm saying. You're so delusional. You have no original thought that you resort to being a whiny Karen. You resort to being. I'm surprised you didn't start crying on the stage. To be honest with you. Lcellese. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. But you got the mic. Go ahead. I want to just get some new voices on the stage.
I'm gonna go with Elise there.
Elise, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Chicago. Elise. Elise, come up.
What part of Chicago?
She's part of Chicago. She's a CPS teacher. Elise.
Wait, hold on. Miss Bella's coming back. Let's show some grace to Miss Bella. Let's see if she let's see. I agree, Jess. I agree. I'm just gonna give her. I'm just gonna give her.
I don't want to give her, so,
Well, because here's the whole problem.
Fine.
Just no, Jess. I'm with you, sis. I'm with you, sis. Hold on. Just stand down for a minute.
Okay.
Stand down, Queen Jess. Hold on. Bella will. Hold on. Somebody just said something about Bella in the back end.
Oh, of course they did.
Are you friends with somebody on this app, Pepe?
No, fuck Pepe. And I also have the bunny right to my house. No, I'm sorry. I have to get the bunny out of my house. So I gotta go.
Okay, she's got bunnies in her house. Lord today. Go ahead, Mike.
So to throw the Bell thing to bed here, I mean, she was asking for proof of the story. I think it got convoluted with receipts of paper, and when Bell's asking for receipts of the story, did it come off weird? Yeah, I think that Bella didn't help herself here, but I think it was all kind of harmless here. Now, Jess, I want to say something to you, Jess. I've heard you say it twice, and it kind of harkens back to what Truth was saying. In Truth's scenario, Truth said there was Black Americans that owned this job, and no one believed them until a white guy came over and told the cops, and they everybody believed the white guy. And the very first thing you said when you got here, Jess, you said to Bella, you go, Bella, you are racist. I'm a white woman, and I'm saying it. And then I heard you say it again. You go, as a white woman. So I think that a lot of y'all need to be wary of people like, I think Jess is the most harmful people to the black community, people like Jess, because basically what Jess did inadvertently was basically saying, guys, I'm the white woman, so my voice speaks louder than everybody else, and I'm calling Bella racist, so now believe me because I'm the white woman and I'm saying it. And I think, Jess, you're inadvertently not understanding what you're really doing here. Is you're basically saying, Jess, you're basically saying that because you're a white woman, you have the authority over everyone else to call someone else racist. And it kind of came off kind of weird here. And I didn't really understand that whole part of it. But we'll move on from all of it. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think that what we're missing in this whole conversation is Bella's initial claim was that not all cops are bad. Do I think cops get a bad rap? Yeah, I think cops get a bad rap. I think that every single person on this panel, if shit hit the fan, like if we're in our home and someone's breaking our fucking home, or if we're somewhere with our family and some shit's going down, I think every single one of us would find the one. We would all call the cops to come help us. Every single one of us.
I don't think you know that.
That's cap, brother. Don't be saying that.
That's all I'm saying.
That's cap.
So if someone's breaking into your home, you wouldn't call 911?
No, I'm calling the Crips.
You're calling the Crips?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, that's actually serendipitous of you here, because I wanted to ask you a question. Earlier,
Yes, sir.
Earlier you mentioned about, and these are your words, so don't hold me to this. You said the most traumatized people, and I agree with you. The most traumatized people are gangbangers and cops. I think is what you said.
Bro, stop
Yes, I
speaking
did.
on gangbangers, bro. That shit not true, bro. Y'all steady speaking on gangbangers. Like,
Let's have one mic on Mike. Hold on, one mic on Mike Allen. Let him land, and then you guys can respond. Let's let Mike Allen land. Go.
So anyway, and again, I don't want to misquote you here. I think, and I agree with you. The most traumatized people are gang. You use the word, not me. Gang bangers and cops. I'm not misquoting you, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you use that word. So now I just want to ask you a hypothetical situation. Let's say, because this is going to harken back to the whole IP thing. Let's say you're walking down the street, and again, these are your words. Let's say you're walking down the street, and two gangbangers walk up to you. Now, I don't know your name, and I don't want you to give anybody your name, but you have an E right there, so let's just say your name's Eric. And two gangbangers walk up to you, they're like, hey, man, I know you the fuck are. You're that fucking dude, Kyle. You're fucking Kyle, bro. You fucking did something to a friend of mine. I'm gonna fucking kill you, bro, Kyle. And you're like, bro, I'm not Kyle. They're like, yeah, you are. You're fucking Kyle, bro. Prove you're not Kyle. Let me see your ID. Would you give an ID to the gangbangers to prove you're not Kyle?
So before I answer that, I do kind of want to understand what exactly, because obviously a gangbanger and a cop are two completely different sides of a coin. And I don't think that somebody's gonna walk up to. I don't know. I just don't feel like you're giving very.
Do you believe the gang? Do you believe that? Okay, I'll ask you this. Do you believe the gangbangers are violating your rights by asking you to prove you're not the guy Kyle?
I think that the streets is very different from a situation when you're encountering police, because if first of all, if I'm in the streets and I'm in some shit like that, I know what comes with the territory of it. So like, if I'm getting pressed about something like that, then I don't have a right to then ask to request protocol. We don't have a constitution for the streets. We have so these are. I just don't feel like this is I think it's a false equivalency in terms of what you're comparing it to. We have a constitution for our government, and we have the right to hold police officers to a standard that they're legally supposed to enforce. And I don't have to pay out of my taxes to fund gangbangers. So like, that's just a different. I don't see how the comparison that you're making holds any water. But I mean, I kind of want to understand where you're going with it. But
like, you're walking down the street and the cops walk up to you like, hey, this is a description of a suspect that's name's Josh. And you're like, yeah, I'm not Josh, dude. And the cop's like, well, let me see your ID so I know you're not Josh. You'd be like, fuck you, cop. You're not it's violation of my rights. But if the gangbangers walk up to you and they're like, hey, dude, yeah, I know who you are. You look like this dude Kyle that fucking I have beef with. You're like, bro, I'm not Kyle. And the gangbanger's like, let me see your ID. I bet you pull out your ID, you show the gangbanger, you're like, dude, I'm not Kyle, bro. Here.
well, a gangbanger would never ask you for an ID. That's correct. Just to be real, a gangbanger would never ask you for an ID. And if they really thought that I was some nigga who really did some shit that I wasn't supposed to do, I'd probably be dead before I could really even explain myself. You know. So just I don't.
That's a non-answer.
I get what you're saying. It's not a non-answer. I feel like it's a falsehood. I don't know if I'm that's right.
In your defense, it's a trap question.
I feel like it's a falsehood.
It's a trap question.
Well, I feel like it's a false equivalency in that sense, because obviously I'm going to deal with a situation in the streets very different than I'm going to deal with a situation with a police officer. And Mike, just out of respect to you, brother, I just wanted to clarify something that I said when I said the gangbangers and police officers are the most traumatized people. What I'm really saying is that people who are caught up are people who are in gangs. At the end of the day, they see a lot more shit than the average person is ever gonna see. They got people. You say your crib. You know what I mean? No hate on you. People who are in that type of lifestyle, they're gonna see shit that other people haven't seen. You got people. You got ops very likely if you're involved in shit like that. So obviously that shit is gonna change the way you look at shit. If you go to certain places, I imagine when you go out to a bar or a club or something, you're looking out for shit that the average person ain't necessarily looking out for. You're looking out to see that if somebody, if somebody's looking for you or somebody's hunting you or some type of thing. So when I say that gangbangers and cops are the most traumatized demographics, I'm not saying it as an insult at all. I'm saying that they go through the most life-threatening situations on a regular basis. So I just wanted to respect you on that.
That's fair.
Okay, hold on, one mic. Please, one mic.
That was a solid answer, brother.
Hold on. See, whoever moved her, thank you, because I don't understand what's going on. Or maybe she moved herself. People come up loud and mic and loud and proud and wrong on the mic, and we can't hear. We don't know what's going on.
it's always a bad look or bad representation on gangbangers, man. That shit not always true. And like y'all said earlier, if the nigga had to call the police, or if I was gonna call, I'm gonna call the Crips. Because at the end of the day, I know they gonna have my back regardless. Why would I call the police? And they gonna fuck around and arrest me. They gonna start harassing me. That shit dumb. I'm gonna call the Crips. We got guns. We got everything we need.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, for those in the room that aren't Crips,
That's why we have
I
police.
really want to move on from this
Brother, you were here on my phone.
I want to move on from the gang talk, okay? Because I don't want no smoke with the Crips, the Bloods, the BLM. I don't want no smoke. I've already been cursed out twice by a Crip on this.
Then why you
We're not doing it tonight. Okay? We're not doing it tonight. I'm done fighting with thugs. Okay?
Oh, we not
We're done with the gang. Leave the gang members alone. Y'all better go hire a gang member for protection. Point blank period.
Great.
Now, Bella, did you get the rabbits out the house?
I did.
Okay.
I had to chase her. You know, I totally had to chase her out of the house. It was totally, she's the Betty. Yeah, she's a pain in my ass.
those fuckers shit everywhere.
They do, and she lives outside, so she's fine. But like, I'll open up my back door and she'll sneak in, and then I have to chase her out of the house, which is what was going on.
Like, I'm not scared of Crips. I'll put you through a fucking
You
wall.
scared, nigga. Drop your location then, nigga. I'll pull up on you, nigga. Or I'll drop my location.
Hold on. We're not gonna do this.
Let's face opportunity.
And tell Mike that
Mike, y'all can't be
Yeah,
here.
the only,
What are you fucking from the fucking
Nigga,
90s?
drop your location, nigga.
Here we go.
I'll drop my location.
Here we go. I keep telling y'all.
Oh, you better stop playing with me.
I'll put you through a fucking wall.
I'm not no motherfucker.
Okay.
All right. I need a gang to fucking back me up, bro. I got nobody.
Okay. I don't know who moved Mike. It wasn't me, but I really need y'all to be peaceful. We're not gonna do this. Both mics have been moved. Okay, for the record, because we have to keep peace. Thank you, KP. Mike Allen, you know I'm
speaking.
Yeah. Thank you, KP. No, thank you. Mike Allen, you know, as JB would say, I love you like a fat kid loves cake, but we have to keep the peace on the stage. Okay? And now you see what happens. I was trying to build with Bella, and she's gone too. See what happens, ladies and gentlemen? When y'all want to fight, take this shit to the back channel.
So go take that shit into a private room. You guys go hash it out there. When you have a moderator speaking, respect the room. That's all we asking. What's up, MG? Long time no hear from. If you're still there.
I am. This app is glitching really bad. Hey, KP. Nice to see you.
Cool. What's up? Nice to hear from you. It's been years.
I do just gotta say that, okay, if somebody comes up here and they say they're Crip immediately, I do expect, you know, a certain behavior. But from the other mic, who gave me like a very long lecture about law-abiding citizenship, to then say that I'm gonna put you through a wall and everything, it just wasn't exactly what I expected. It feels like it kind of contradicted a lot of
Did you not see what you wrote in the chat? You not see what you wrote in the chat?
but you're a law-abiding citizen, right? Aren't you? You present your ID, you stand on one foot.
Do I have the right to defend myself?
Do you have the right to defend yourself against police? I just think it goes against the narrative of what you were saying prior. And then it was like, damn, it was like, fuck all that shit I just said a moment ago.
Are you serious?
This mic on mic violence has got to stop.
Bro, the dude wrote in the chat that I'm fucking terrified of Crips and I'm gonna get what's coming to me. Bro, I'm not scared of any fucking gang member. If that dude's gonna go call the Crips and be like, hey, Crips, there's this guy on the internet that we need to go handle because he talked shit about me. Go ahead, bro. Fucking bring as many as you want. I'm not scared of any fucking gang members.
Wait, hold on.
Zero. I'm scared of zero gang members. Zero.
violence. If you want to come back up and submit to the conversation, cool. But I'm not letting y'all back up to argue and fight and threaten each other on the stage. So the people are calling for you to come back up. I'm gonna bring you back up. But the minute y'all start arguing again, you're going back down. So if you want to come up, raise your hand. Go.
Nah, I just wanted to say, well, I'm 50 years old, been married for over 25 years, but when I was living in Chicago, it's very gang orientated. I used to run with a certain clan, and so when my man Mike had spoke on that, I don't know, I was out west most of the time, me and some homies, and the way we were confronted about where we from, the area, from the neighborhood, that question gets asked a little bit different than how it's being explained up here. And the reason why I say I'm the most traumatized being an L7 married man, God bless I found my wife, is because when I come out my door, and this is no disrespect to my man Mike, because I'm not saying his character is built like that, but I know, because I live in North Carolina, a lot of young kids, they claim something. But when I come out my door, I got to worry about their attitudes, because they flagging whatever they flagging on. I got to worry about simple-minded police officers. And then I ain't trying, and on top of that, I got to worry about these scary ass, because my wife has been through some incidents that she's told me about. These scary ass white boys come riding through screaming nigga. I believe I'm the most traumatized when it comes to the situation. And I ain't saying, oh, woe is me. But when you out here, it's just a fucked up situation. I'm gonna be quiet. I feel like I'm the most traumatized.
Nah, I'm not discounting that. The only thing I'm saying is like, especially in Chicago, if you've been, I know Chicago has like some of the highest crime anywhere you gonna find. So, there's all types of innocent people who get caught in the crossfire. I'm not discounting your experience at all. The only thing I'm saying when I say that gangbangers get it pretty bad is because if you are in that lifestyle, man, there's a difference between being caught in the crossfire and being actively targeted by it. So all I'm saying is that they see stuff at a disproportionate rate, than an average human being is going to see, and it's going to cause, some hypervigilance and some bad dreams and a paranoia, and like it changes people. You know what I mean? So that's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not discounting your experience.
And why? Can I say something? And why?
Sure. And then we're
Because
gonna go to
Frank probably, you had to battle with GDs, OGs. You had to deal with Vicky Lou's. It was so much shit back in our day. You had to deal with all this shit. We was inner fighting. It was crazy as hell. So I get Frankie B.
Okay, so hold on. We're gonna.
Hold on, I ain't nobody call me Frankie B in a minute.
So wait, we're gonna go to let Mike speak, and then I see Elmo's on the stage, so we're gonna let Elmo go too. So go ahead, Michael.
All right, I just want to say, like, it really bothers me about how people really do gang members and Crips and shit. Like, me personally, I have a whole college education. Like, I graduated from college and everything, bro. The streets honestly saved me, bro. Like, so to hear people always just having a negative image, a negative opinion on gangbangers and all, they just be so scared of gangbangers, bro. That shit crazy. Like, because to be honest, if it wasn't for the Crips, I would be dead right now. I'll probably be in jail. I don't know where I would be, bro. The white people ain't give a shit about me. The police ain't give a shit about me. The Crips took me in. So at the end of the day, I'm not tolerating no disrespect to nobody, bro. You ain't gonna disrespect no gangbangers. You're not gonna disrespect the Crips. Because at the end of the day, y'all don't know them. Y'all honestly scared of them. But if y'all get to know them people for real, instead of judging them niggas, y'all see it differently on Crip. That's it.
Thank you, Mike. That's why I say, listen, I've been on this app long enough to hear so-called members, and I say so-called because I don't know these people personally. I don't know if they're really gangbangers or not. If they proclaim to be, I believe them. And I've heard enough of them crash out, pull up, and in one instance, somebody got shot. So I want no smoke with the gang members. Okay. That's why we have a brother on the app who is an alleged crip, and he offers $300 package for protection. You got clubhouse beef, gang members for offering their services to protect ninjas. Go ahead. Okay, oh no, no problem, no problem. Guys, go ahead, Katie, go ahead, KD, yeah.
No, I'm just saying, hey, say hello, I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's popcorn style, we're gonna keep the room open for maybe another 15 minutes or so. Go ahead, Drew.
When I came up, and I'm from the south side of Chicago.
I'm from Chicago, we got a lot of Chicago people in here today, I'm from Chicago.
I'm Chicago too. Together.
Right on.
Chicago. Yeah, no, Pennsylvania.
Right on.
In a banger and someone who is a member of a gang, they're totally different things. So when we talk about someone who's a banger hit, quote unquote, banging, that's different than I know. There was in my old neighborhood, and I stayed off 75th and Emerald. My dad did. That is Gangsta Disciple territory at one point. And there was one of the head leaders there who was highly educated, a very smart man that you would not know that he was the leader of this particular gang, because he gave all this nerdy information.
Great systematic philosophers of ancient Greece. So we may as well begin.
So I think that there's a gross difference between the two, and I think if you never experienced that, or if the new schoolers, I don't know, because it was a different code back then, so things have really changed. But anyway, I just wanted to make that suggestion.
79th and Allstate was a bad, fucked up area. If you know.
And not to continually bash on her, Bella, when she was here, but I think that's why I didn't resonate very well with a lot of the shit that she's saying, is because what it sounds like is somebody who has really no cultural knowledge whatsoever and is just making comments about a myriad of different subjects without actually even, and not even to try to understand or to listen, just assuming that because the perspective differs from her morals or differs from her lived experience, that must be ignorant. And I think that's why it came off so offensive. And quite honestly, it came off racist.
And that's why I'm disappointed that the men started going back and forth about gangs, because y'all let Bella quietly weed off the stage before she got this tongue lashing. And but that's cool. That's cool. Y'all, she will be back, and the Lord remembers.
I want to say to Mike, you're embellishing this gang life. I've been there, done that. And to Eric, I went to college and got myself better. So it's not cool, Mike. You're just gonna end up doing what? 25 years.
That's not true, brother. I'm not gonna allow you to speak that type of narrative, brother. I ain't gonna cut. There's a lot of good gang bangers. There's a lot of good Crips, brother. The Crips saved my life, like I said.
Okay, cool. Stay away from it. Been there and done it. I was a GD for a long time. I'm a sergeant in arms, and I still bear those scars.
Then you should agree with me, bro. That's crazy that you speak in that.
That's why I'm telling you. You're younger than I am. Leave it alone. That's all I'm asking.
Growth and development.
Because you don't want to sit at that table and have to make those kind of decisions. Please leave it alone.
Wait, hold on. I hear a female voice. Go ahead to the lady.
Yeah, it's me. I couldn't get off mute earlier. I had worked in Chicago public schools for 16 years, and I can say I'm no longer teaching there now, but a lot of my middle school, a lot of my former students are no longer with us because of being in gangs, and it's very unfortunate. I wanted to say that to Mike.
Listen, guys, not too much on Mike. Not too much on Mike. I don't want no problems with NYKE. But I appreciate everybody trying to speak.
Damn, sister, why are you scared of me? I ain't never threatened you, sister.
Like, did I address some of the stuff in the chat here?
Hold on. No. Wait.
What he's saying is, don't judge a book by its cover.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Facts. Like I said, I have a whole college education.
Because I grew up my black and
There's people out there that rage, they racist. There's cops out here killing folks. But yeah, we gonna judge gangbangers. Come on now, just be honest.
Wait, hold on. Let me say this, and I'm gonna give it back to the UKP. First of all, I've heard too many black people on social media, black liberals specifically, claiming that as a part of Project 2025, Trump is going to deploy ICE to start rounding up foundational black Americans. Some of you all who believe this are in this room right now. You might be on this stage. And if that's you, if you are under this wild delusion that Trump is coming to take black Americans out of their homes and put them in alligator Alcatraz or ship them off to some foreign nation because you're black, you're going to find a gang member to help you build the new underground railroad so you can save some Negroes. Leave the gang members alone. Go befriend a thug to save the community. Who is the new Harriet Tubman? Who is the new Frederick Douglass? Go befriend a thug and a Crip and a Blood to save these ninjas from thugs. Because y'all talking like your sons and your nephews who claim to be about that life ain't gonna do shit when ICE comes to round you up. If you believe this nonsense, I've heard it. I was on Fanbase a month ago. It was a whole black ass room of black liberals literally crying real tears because they believe Trump is coming to get us. Who's gonna protect and save the black community? You better befriend a thug. I'm done. Who wanted to speak?
I just want to say to Mike real quick, and I'll end on this on the subject, and to everybody else. I think exactly what you're saying is valid. You know, I personally never got involved in gangs because I have family who was on both sides of it, so it really didn't make much sense for me to get involved or to pick a side or anything like that. But you know, I think that people are very dehumanizing toward gangbangers, and just kind of look at them like essentially all they are is violence and care about their set and care about their hood more than anything. It's like, I do think that's problematic, but I will say on the other side, you know, I have lost a lot of family and lost a lot of friends over it. And from my experience, what I've mainly seen is a lot of pain, and it doesn't end. You know, the war never ends because people don't get over shit. And then somebody kills somebody, then it's a whole nother thing. And then sets keep breaking up into more sets, and it's more and more cliques. And then a bunch of people you were cool with, you're not even cool with them no more now. It just, it's so ugly and it's so tragic, you know what I mean? And so it's nothing to dehumanize the person who's in it. And a lot of times it's tough because, you know, my auntie was the first gangbanger I ever knew, and my auntie, her mom was a dope fiend, you know, and she started selling crack when she was like 12 years old. So she got clicked in with some Crips, you know. But at the end of the day, it's like her life didn't turn out. She ended up doing time, and her life was hard, and now her daughter's life is hard. And like, you know, it's all I've seen come from it for the most part is pain, and I've seen it be used as a coping mechanism for difficult upbringings. But you know, I respect you, and I respect where you're coming from, and I got a lot of people in my family who are involved in that type of shit. But for the most part, what I feel toward them more than anything is concern generally, you know, because I don't want to lose them, you know. So I hope that while I respect that it saved your life, and I respect that it plays a large sense of purpose, I hope that the violent aspects that are associated with it, the aspect that puts your life at risk that are associated with it, I hope that becomes less prominent in your life. So that's all I can say.
I agree with you, because I made mistakes in my life and lived that life. It's not, nothing comes from it, man. Nothing at all. And I
just want to say this though.
I was black and blue to the day I died because I took that oath to make it up to be a sergeant. Leave it alone, man. And I had to walk away when my children was born because I saw life. I said, I'm done. How are we gonna do this to get out? Okay, cool. And guess what? No one challenged me. I'm just banished because I said no. I want to do something better because I'm having a family.
that day. So I owe my life to the Bloods.
It's what it is.
Real shit. People don't want to understand that though. They just see
They never talk about that shit in the media. They will never tell me about that.
I know I'm old because when I left Chicago, there were no Bloods in Chicago. But I want to say, hold on, I want to say this. What is the calendar?
I could put them on the phone right now.
Let's go somewhere else. Come on, guys.
Yeah, Seneca. If you want to hear Seneca.
y'all want to keep talking bad on Chris and shit and gang.
Yeah, we're not even talking about anything gang-wise. No. I just said no. We're done with that. We're done.
We're done with the gang talk, guys. We're putting a button on it. Crap.
We're gonna talk about what we're gonna have for breakfast in a couple hours. Something.
As a matter of
We want to
fact,
hear Seneca.
Seneca spoke a lot tonight. If you missed it, you gotta get a ticket for the preview show next time, okay? If Seneca has any final thoughts, that's cool, but we're slowly about to shut the room down. But Seneca, provided a lot of commentary this evening, very spicy. He got the crowd going, he helped generate, guide the conversation. Whether we agreed with his submissions or not, we heard a lot of responses. And Elmo, if you're gonna show, so be it.
Okay, no problem.
You gotta get them pre-sale tickets, sir.
Yeah, you gotta punch that ticket in, Elmo. Come on now.
That boy is legit. He's a very good lad.
Yeah. Anyway, as we start to wind down the stage, anybody have any final thoughts not related to Bloods and Crips and gangs, please?
Yeah, I'm running for Congress.
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead, John.
Okay, sorry.
And then you got it, Miss. But let John go, and then you got it.
Yeah, I'm running for the 16th district of Illinois for Congress, and Matt Cool down there has been challenging me, as well as Dr. Adams, who has the Darren LaHood PTR at the top of this room. I just want to challenge these green bean moderators and super Darren LaHood fans to create a room after this healthy debates is over, and I will answer any questions, debate, and upset any super LaHood.
That was last night, John. You missed it.
Oh, it's going tonight.
John, we're going to bed, John.
I got a single vote on it, so.
We are going to bed, John. Nobody's hosting a room afterwards. We're gonna have to do that.
No, it's late.
It's not too late. Matt Cool is in the chat right now. Look at Matt Cool. Matt Cool is going to organize it in one house.
Dr. Adams has been.
They had a whole room last night. 2 rooms that your name was brought in. You did not appear in a room. So you missed that one.
No, he was probably there. He was just not there on stage. But John is here, there, and everywhere. He's got 100 phones recording every room on this app. So he was there. No doubt. He and one of his iPhones was there listening. He physically was probably just not on the stage.
So if you want to have just set up a room that you want to have a discussion with these people.
Y'all are doing it.
That's all. Don't do it down.
Listen, Matt Cool, if you set up this debate this week, if you actually do it, Matt Cool in the audience, please be sure to pay me.
And I'm pretty sure
I don't want to miss it.
Matt would do it.
And if Adams is there, John is there, make sure his team is there, Matt Cool, I have no doubt is going to be very, very entertaining. Yes, we cannot miss it. Okay, so this is, yes, I meant to do that. Mike with Wyatt, let me go and add you because you might come in handy one day, sir. You might need I might need you for some protection services or some ice to help. I need ice to stand down when they come knocking on my door. Mike with Wyatt, we don't have to predict a Negro bat symbol. You know how Batman had the bat symbol in the sky. We're gonna have to create us something different. So more niggas with ice on the way.
We call them neighborhood heroes, like Mike is a legit neighborhood hero. I said that's what he is.
If there are any thugs in the house tonight that are from the Shy, add me. So we gotta come for the white blacks, they come